Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
You can't keep getting away with this!
We are coming, and we are coming in waves!
What the fuck, Richard?
It's time to duel!
We're about to be in the best timeline. Mark my words. We're about to be in the best timeline. Mark my words.
Pocket sand. Yeah.
We are coming and we are coming in waves.
Wrong.
My grandpa put all his gaming knowledge, his whole heart, into assembling this deck. I have to believe that it holds some secret strategy. Heart of the cards, guide me.
Whoa, baby.
The soundboard is dialed in, dude.
Oh, we got it, man.
Woo-hoo, you got some fresh new sounds.
Oh, we got the sounds.
Where she goes. Sometimes she goes, sometimes
Oh
she
boy.
doesn't.
Hey, thanks
Where she
for
goes.
waking up early for us today, Orphan.
I don't know what time it is. I don't know what year it is. All I know is that I'm ready for whatever is going on today. I don't know what's going on today either.
Absolute mayhem, dude. Absolute mayhem. Don't speak to this man until he's had his cup.
Yeah,
okay?
man. I need my cup. I only have one glass of wine per evening. I'm a one glass of wine girl.
Yeah, she is.
What do we got going on today, Rye?
Dude, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. We got a full, not just today, we have a full weekend. We have the Parallel Open Beta Symposium. Today is day one.
Woo.
of the, yeah, big woos, big Ric Flairs. Yeah, chat is live right now. Thank you all for being here. I know we got a big giveaway coming up. We will talk about that more in a second. But yeah, just to level set, we have 7 panels. We have live coaching sessions over the next 2 days. You got the schedule up there on the screen. That's today, right? Kick off with Kalos next to talk about open beta and everything that they got coming out. We have an awesome deep lore session hosted by Goldy, has our favorite mods involved. And then we have Oscar Mar, the co-founder and creative director of Parallel. He's going to be there for the deep lore conversation.
It's such a treat when Oscar shows up.
Bro, I know.
He's like a ghost. He's like a sexy Patrick Swayze. He's like not around most of the time, but when he is, he's caressing you and you're making pottery.
That's it. That's it. There's no more perfect analogy, I feel like.
That's my job.
Yeah. I think I see Colony White Paper in the chat. Yeah, we should try to get Kalos to just read through the entire white paper today. That'd be sick, right?
Yes, as much alpha as we can squeeze out of that man.
Yeah, we're gonna try. So then the third session today is a prime discussion with the Echelon EPs, also known as the Emissary Primes. They are the voted in council for the Echelon Foundation that oversees Prime. So if you're not familiar, they are the organization that oversees all of it, you know, how it breaks out into all of the Parallel ecosystem, future games. So if you are unfamiliar with Prime in general, you're going to want to tune into that. And then they're going to talk about user acquisition and retention using Prime. So that's going to be a great one.
Cool.
For our content creators, in the Parallel and Web3 universe. We're speaking with Allie Strasza, Tyler, and Deathsie after that Prime discussion to talk about widening your audience and getting out to more people and just how to effectively build your channels. So that's going to be a great one. And then our first live coaching session of several will be the last event of today with Muka and Cobra of Exile and Mr. Kovac of Deathmons.
Nice.
So that's the full day, dude.
Do you think they're going to fight each other?
In live coaching?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty tight, actually.
That would
be pretty sick.
That would be pretty good. Let's go.
So let me do this.
Do you want me to pull up tomorrow's schedule, or should we? Let's save it for later.
Let's save it for later because I have to push the stage live in the Parallel Discord, and I'm gonna do that right now.
Cool.
You see, it's not letting me though. That's the problem.
What the?
Oh, I see. Upcoming event. It's not the same thing. Okay, so let's do this.
Perfy gets it. No good players for coaching. Where's iRacer? Yeah, I big agree.
True. Sorry, I'm half distracted because I'm trying to update the title of the stage.
It's okay, man. I'll work the crowd. Hey, you in the crowd. Give me something to roast you about, and I'll roast you about it. I can't see it. I can't see anyone. I guess I could roast usernames. Perfy, more like, fuck. This isn't. This is not a good start.
Hey, Kalos.
Do you like dragons? Who doesn't like dragons, man? Everyone loves dragons. Do you think there will ever be dragons in Parallel, chat?
It's standard, yeah. Orphan, I'm on with Kalos right now on the stage.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hop over there. We got a bunch of people in the audience. For everyone that's watching here on Twitter, YouTube, X, just stay there. You're good. You can hop over to the Discord if you want to, but everything's gonna be broadcast live through our Game Cellar channels.
It's true. All right, I'm gonna pop over there. There might be some technical difficulties, but let's see what we got.
Orphan's hopping over, and we will get him in here in just a minute. Bear with us, guys. We're balancing the multiverse. This is the multiverse of streaming right now.
All right.
Oh, I hear double voices. I hear double Orphans on stream.
Oh, I muted me in.
Yeah, let's do that.
In
I could
VDO.
probably mute you in. Yeah. Say something again.
Hello, this is me.
Cool. I need to probably.
Yo,
mute you.
big cheer. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see if I mute you here in Discord, if it mutes you for everyone or just me.
It mutes you in the real world.
That's fucked up.
Dude, those like Sword Art Online always like scared me.
Kalos, can you hear Orphan in the Discord? Just to confirm.
Yeah, I can hear him. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right. I think we're good, guys.
Sweet.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me in my own Discord stage.
Hey,
look at this guy. Look at this guy. Walks into my house and says, "Welcome."
Welcome, everyone.
This is the Game Cellar takeover.
This is the beginning of the Barcolian riots.
That's it. We finally infiltrated Orphan. It's really happening.
Thank God. It's been a long. There's been too much memeing. I'm exhausted.
Dude, we've tried for 3 years now, and we're finally here. Incredible. Incredible. Kalos, what's going on, man? How's your weekend?
Good. Yeah, good. Busy as always. Spending a little bit of time with my family, and happy to be here with you guys in the community.
Yeah, thanks for making time for us tomfooleries.
My pleasure. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty exciting time, right? Open beta, bunch of stuff going on.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. I mean, we're so excited to have this conversation in the next couple of days because it pulls together so many different people that have been building in the community, but also highlights a lot of what your team is doing for new people that are entering the ecosystem. So better together, but very excited about open beta. So can you tell us a little bit more about like the state of open beta? Because we just left closed beta and people might not really realize what the difference is.
Yeah, I mean, open beta, it's a scary staged process where obviously we're not on the broader distribution channels yet. We have Epic and Steam approval, from my understanding. Those obviously have great broader reach. I think the way we're looking at it is, remove the password protection, act as our own distributor for now, and ensure that the most recent build, which is kind of optimizing for a lot of folks who had machines that had a harder time, playing the game, that build is kind of designed to remediate that. And so now that we're seeing that kind of perform in the market, obviously there's some stuff that people have kind of highlighted as, hey, like think about fixing this or that. Essentially, it's like the first step in broader distribution of the game. And that doesn't really stop at, traditional distribution platforms like Epic or Steam. To me, those are just like table stakes. We've got some really big and exciting partnerships we're going to be announcing shortly around distribution, specifically in Asia, that we're really excited about. So I think, expect the unexpected with us. But it's exciting because it means more people can play, and the game has less restrictions on access. And it kind of puts us into this position where, we're getting ready to scale.
That's amazing. Can one of the mods actually post the open beta link? I know it's the Parallel/play link, but if you guys could post it in the chat on the side of the stage, that'd be awesome, so that people have access to it if they don't already.
And I gotta butt in real quick and say AI Rev dropped 50 subs, man. Thank you so much.
Good Lord.
And he's giving away the Prime key.
Yeah, big shouts to him for helping us hype this event up. We couldn't do it without him, so thank you, man.
True.
Big true.
Will we ever see a parallel pachinko machine?
I mean, it feels on brand, I just want to see orphans sitting there smoking with like little yellow pachinko balls falling everywhere on a black.
Sick.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
We're getting
in
into
Japan. The real questions.
Yeah, that's right. I just came back from Japan, and obviously that's like a very common thing. And you see, the doors slide open, and all you hear are like 50, what feels like 50,000 people playing pachinko, and like just a cloud of smoke, cigarette smoke.
It's incredible.
It's actually just one busy guy.
Yeah,
just slapping buttons.
Yeah, totally.
They game different over there, man. It's a totally different world. They live it.
Yeah, for sure. Japan, Korea, a number of regions are just like massive, right? And particularly for TCGs, obviously that's really critical for us. And we're doing some stuff to retrofit. I think like we're looking at, how our comic books can be retrofit into, well, obviously translated to Japanese, but also retrofit to manga size, so that, distribution becomes viable at scale.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so all kinds of stuff like that's happening, but it's really exciting.
Very cool. Can you, speaking of scale, I know you just announced a few ambassadors this week. Can you guys tell us a little bit more about that ambassador program and how you're sort of strategizing around that?
So I'm barely involved in that. I have to give credit to Fitch and Swish and a bunch of others, Callie. They're kind of, building a roster, an international roster of really, talented folks who've been really influential in trading card games and just video games in general.
Yeah.
I think they're looking at it likely from a geography standpoint as well as like a reach standpoint. And I've seen the full list, and it's like remarkable. I think we've only announced maybe two people so far. I think you can expect, to see a lot more really big names announced on that roster.
Awesome.
As well as, there's just like a lot of things that are going to start coming out, I think, that are really exciting. So I'm pretty pumped about it. It's been a long road to get here, obviously. And obviously that is due to everyone probably in this room who supported our team and, by buying our pack drops or our comics, or just, being a general person who's really excited about what we're doing. I think there's a thank you owed there. But I think we're going to start seeing it pay dividends in terms of, being in a place where we're ready to reach a broader audience, and that's what we're focused on. So that really just coming back to it though. I mean, I wish I could speak more to it. I'm starting to learn to take my hand off things that are not my responsibility. And I think Fitch, Swish, and Callie, and I'm sure CL and a number of others have had an immense amount of coordination there. And that's just the very tip of the iceberg of what's to come.
Yeah. The it actually is something that I think you guys have always done a really good job of. It's really tough to scale, of course, but actually being in close coordination with all the different verticals within a company, you guys are demonstrating how to do that in spades. And it's very evident, like there's clear connectivity between, you know, open beta hitting and then having all these ambassadors and the announcements lined up. So kudos to the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think kudos to everyone who worked on that for sure. Yeah, I don't want to take responsibility or you know, you're not pumping my tires. I think you're pumping the tires of the folks who like on the market, you know, on the folks on the marketing team and growth team that have been working on that. And I think the coolest part is like, it's exciting already in the glimpse we're seeing, but like you're seeing 1% or 2% of what's to come. So yeah, Buckle up, Buttercup. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, that was a dad spicy comment. You buckle up, Buttercup.
I love it.
You know things are serious when you're getting called Buttercup.
That's true.
Yeah.
It means business.
Yeah.
So good.
So I think now's the time where we read through the new white paper.
So
you have that ready, right?
Little segment switch.
You brought that?
Yeah. Okay. Well, everyone circle around. You know, sit in a circle, and we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna pick people to read chapters from it to everyone in the group.
Great. Everyone gets a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So everyone wants an update on this. So obviously been quite a big effort working on this. We've kind of done our reviews. You know, both internal, technical, legal, all kinds of stuff like that. We're in the final pass stage, and then we'll be able to release that. And it'll be really interesting because, you know, I think a lot of people are expecting, without saying, you know, giving away everything here. I think, you know, I've tried to point to this idea that a lot of people are expecting it to just be isolated to Colony. And I think, you know, it's going to be really interesting because we actually, you know, go into more than just Colony and, you know, what makes Colony possible and how that can be a broader thing. So and I think the complexity and the extra time that we've taken to do this right will show. And I know our community always has kind of responded to me saying, you know, do it right, don't rush it. And I think I appreciate that. But yeah, we're super close. I think we're just about there. I'd expect it in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, I would hope to. I mean, and if again, please don't hold me to it. You know, don't act on this. It's just, but I think, you know, it's out of my hands and it's now just like in the final stages of things and, you know, design work and a couple other things that we've got to lock in before this gets published. But yeah, we're really, really close to being where we want to be with it. And I think it's going to be really cool because it has a ton of love for Prime. It has a ton of love for the community, for avatar holders, and really just kind of painting a more detailed picture from the game team, from the economic side, as to how this game economy works, as to, you know, how avatars are directly, you know, involved in it, where we know we can provide definitive information, where we think that they're, you know, we can provide, you know, less definitive information, but kind of generally point in the direction we think we'd like to go with it. And even provide, you know, notional timelines around when we think we'll be, you know, consumer ready on mobile with Colony.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So,
Wow.
and then there's a bigger piece to that, which is like really, and I'm going to point like lightly to it, is like the architecture and underlying capabilities that make Colony possible. You know, there's an incredible opportunity there as well, and you know, we've been working on that, and so yeah, I think it's really exciting. I mean, we're in a place where, you know, the TCGs, you know, rolling into a phase where the quality is there. We're satisfied with it. I want to see Planet fall out. I think everyone does. You know, tournaments is coming. Is ready to, you know, go as soon as the game team says it's good to go. There's just a lot of stuff that we're going to be adding to the TCG as it starts to kind of roll out to the broader public, and then we're going to be shifting resources over to Colony, even more so.
Okay.
And that won't interrupt our schedule of delivering expansion sets. Aftermath is obviously on track there, nor will it interrupt our comics. And then there's kind of another initiative that we're going to dive into on a deeper level that's related to Colony, and I think it's going to be really interesting for everyone to learn about.
Right.
And yeah,
another initiative.
Yeah, like it'll be interesting. I think I'll let everyone, you know, read it when they read it. And
Wow.
decide what to make of it.
Wow.
How?
Yeah.
How do you guys do so much? Because like I know there's a lot of other teams that do a lot, but everything's all half baked and like flying off the handle. But I mean, you guys build so much, and it's all really high quality.
I think it comes down to the interest of the team in making really cool stuff. I think like it really boils down to like excitement, and I think when a team is really excited about something, that momentum is infectious, and everyone starts to get excited and want to kind of drive faster towards that goal. And it just comes down to like dividing and conquering and streamlining that process of whoever's responsible for something is actually responsible for it. And I think the team's exceptional at that, right? Like when someone owns something and they say that they're going to have it on your desk or available for distribution on a certain date, that like you could take that to the bank. You could bank that card. So I think I think it really comes down to the team, the professionalism, the excitement around what we're building, and trying as much as possible to find opportunities where we're already doing something like Colony, and there's parts of it that are really useful for something else, and utilizing those parts without interrupting the flow of what we're building. So I think that's kind of how we approach it. It's almost like I want to use the word synergy. Synergy is the word.
There you go.
That's like a meme, right?
Off the list.
Yeah,
synergy. Now we have our bingo cards ready. Actually, we're waiting for circling back and putting a pin in it next.
Yeah, we got Buttercup. You got Buttercup and synergy out of me already. So someone's going home with the bag of Prime here.
Yeah, we're taking side bets on a few things. Over 10 dad jokes. Over under 69 pages in the white paper. And then
pretty close.
Yeah,
that's a good line.
Sick.
Yeah.
Did you guys like when you entered the TCG? I know you guys obviously like conceptualized this whole universe and you continue to develop it since, but did you know that it was going to have like so many different facets to it? Or did you Gone and the rest of the guys go in like, we want to make a TCG, and then the rest of the stuff just sort of like naturally evolved, like Colony and whatever the other initiatives are?
So there was a bit of an inflection point, or like an aha moment that happened. So we went in really thinking we were going to make a really great TCG that we could, get behind, that felt like rivaled the Marvels of the world in terms of like, I think it's the 1992 or 1994 Marvel masterpieces, and loving Magic cards and Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And I think we wanted to do something really high quality that was in the sci-fi genre. And I think the happy accident occurred when we realized that the artists were working in 3D, and that this massive library was being, was easy to kind of obtain, and it could be portable to a UE5 environment, or it could be used in any, format. And I think that was where we saw that our ability to I kind of look at it. I think I remember the moment thinking, okay, this could power what I describe as like many ways to play. And what we realized is that in, a very significantly reduced amount of time and reduced cost, we would be able to produce really high quality, content in games in UE5 with these assets. And that could unlock a lot of possibilities. And I think that's, pointing back to maybe some of the content I recently shared that or reshared, I should say, that two people created in 2 or 3 days or whatever it was from the team. Because, games are really comprised of, outside of the core mechanics of the game, which are honestly the trickier part to get right. The games are really comprised of weapons, characters, vehicles, landscapes, equipment. And that is exactly what is depicted on the 2D cards. Sure. And we have everything in that, we have all of those in 3D. So plugging and playing, with obviously a little bit of rigging is very, very, so I think the long answer, it's a long short here maybe, is I think at the inflection point was when we realized that we could, with like maybe 2% more effort, have every one of the cards have a corresponding 3D object that was UE5 ready.
Gotcha.
And that kind of triggered this idea that maybe there's, as an IP, it didn't have to only be isolated to people who love card games. Maybe we could create this studio that was, founded on this notion of many ways to play.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's awesome. I lost my train of thought, but
it's okay. Yeah.
So with tournaments, that was the other thing that I was going to ask about, because you had brought that up, and then you just teased the Marlowe video. It sounds like that is coming up very, very shortly as well.
Yeah, I think it's like pretty well baked as far as the build goes. I think it's just a matter of timing of release. Does Planetfall come first? Does tournaments come first? I leave that to the game team's discretion. I'm sure if you're going to have Mr. Gone on here later, you could probably zero in on that with him. But tournaments has multiple modes. There's a free mode, so like you don't have to have I think it's like glint based, a free mode, a glint based, and a prime based mode. And the rewards obviously become progressively more attractive as you play progressively higher stakes modes.
Okay.
And then the skill testing question is really a requirement from our side, from a operating standpoint. At the end of that, if let's say you win a prime tournament, you're going to have some pretty sizable payout in prime as a result of everyone's contribution, but via their tickets to that pool. And you have to answer a question that Marlo asks you at the end of it. I don't think there's going to be a limit on how many times you can answer that question, and it'll just be like a skill testing question that you have to answer to be able to obtain your prize.
Do you have to arm wrestle him?
Probably. I mean, yeah, it's very likely. No, I think it's more like without like kind of disclosing exactly why, it has something to do with operating a game with this type of structure, tournament structure, and it just is like a requirement. So we thought we'd dress it up with Marlo asking you this cool question, and that way be more fun and in vein of the theme of the game.
Yeah, that's great.
But I don't think we're not far away. I think there's like one or two bugs that they're just still chipping at, but I'm pretty sure that like that build is baked and relatively ready to ship, and it's just a matter of cadence now. Like what goes first, why does it go? Thinking about not just our existing player base, but like newer folks, as we start to kind of scale that up, you do want to have a couple builds in the chamber ready to go, so that like as the excitement of their initial interaction they becomes more normalized, they have something really exciting to look forward to. And I think that's some of the mentality around, or the psychology around, how the game team's looking at some of these builds and when they come out.
Got it. So there's like further incentivization. So open beta hits, but then there's another sort of hook that comes in the near future, so you can keep those players happy and excited.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. And just like, staging your builds so that, the gaps between them, if you're sitting on a little bit of code, it's okay. If you're sitting on a lot of code, it's bad. And so I think the way we look at it is like, if we have a build ready and we go into open beta on Steam and Epic, and, people really love it, that's great. And then you have to have a follow-up move, and you're only as good as your follow-up move. Sure. And so you want to have at least one thing ready, in production, or ready for production when that happens. So that there's, something to talk about 2 weeks after the game is out. So people are like, oh, there's this new mode, you should check it out again.
Right.
And I think that is very much a part of things we're seeing in today's market around like Helldivers and all that stuff. So
yeah. The Helldivers marketing is so good as well. It's a great case study.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, people, that's funny. I think the demo that we created, that kind of like third person shooter demo, a lot of people look at it and say like, oh, that looks like Helldivers. But I think we created it well before Helldivers came out.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe we should revisit that.
please do. It looks so sick.
Heaven divers.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Let's go. Send it.
Are you guys gonna put any giant bugs in Parallel?
Oh yeah. Well, you got that.
Dogs.
Well, you kind of got like a bug dog in the last set, in the Planetfall set, right? That was like a lizard dinosaur dog.
If you think we're satisfied with that,
I
you're
guess.
wrong.
No, I know. There are obviously expansions to, like, I think we have a pretty solid narrative that we want to see the expansion sets unfold over time, that include, I'm not going to ruin it, so you should just wait and see.
Well, okay. I can finish your sentence, and this is on the record. It includes finding an off-rim planet full of dogs that are also humans, and they go to work and they have briefcases and they wear trench coats and they battle hard.
We're gonna call the new parallel the Orphanos.
Oh,
Whoa.
you heard it here first, guys.
Oh. Wow. Clip that.
We got him.
Yeah.
You can't keep getting away with it.
You know,
there's lots of cool stuff coming. There's also some devastating stuff coming, I think, like story-wise.
You're killing all the cards. You're burning all the cards.
No, there's some like really no, not like that. I mean, more from a narrative standpoint. Like there's some pretty heavy losses, I think, that are going to be really cool for people to see.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cold Plunge with the 50 subs. Thank you, man. Thank you for all the subs, by the way, today.
Thank you, guys.
I don't want to let those go by. So, Kalos, like, is everyone going to get taken over by Shroud bullshit? Is that what's going to happen in the story?
Well,
yeah,
I think
what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I think the comics will help tell some of the story. But I think, are you referring to people playing Shroud right now? Is that what's happening? Is the dominant meta Shroud?
Yeah.
Why does Gon love them so much?
Yeah, and why?
I mean, so I typically don't come at Gon with nerf the Shroud. I typically come at him with buff the Earthen. Like that's my move.
That's fair.
But she does the opposite. When you say that.
Yeah, exactly. You nurse my cards.
Let me just put this spores bugs in the code and
see Dauntless Axeman.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think Mr. Gon's got like his own I think he's probably best to comment on the balance of the game than me. I would not be. I mean, I get beaten ranked really badly.
Same.
I'm too busy building. But I do go in there and play sometimes. And when I do win, I don't talk about the losses. I really talk about the wins, and I gloat really hard. So like when I get one, I'm shit posting on Twitter, being like, "Dear this person, you got wrecked."
I saw you do that recently.
yeah. But the truth is that was sandwiched between like 8 losses on either side. So it's all cope.
He's a great emoter, though, you guys. Okay, if you ever run across Kalos, great emoter.
Yeah, it is.
You can call it cope, or you can call it strategic marketing. So self-marketing strategy.
Yeah. Everyone wants a shot at me for whatever reason, but everyone knows I'm not going to beat them. That's the funny part. But yeah, I mean, things are really exciting. I think I know Gon has a bunch of balanced stuff, and obviously new cards of Planetfall will shake up the meta dramatically.
Okay.
And I think that build is kind of sitting in a similar state to tournaments, to be very frank. It's just a matter of when Gon and team decide to pull triggers.
Okay.
And yeah.
We got a little sauce from CL about a week back on Second Breakfast, where he told us that select testing for Planetfall would be end of March. So we know that it's coming. And that was nice of him to share.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true what you're saying, and maybe you're just looking for me to confirm that's
no, he really did.
I don't know that I believe you.
Yeah, it sounds as if we're getting access.
Rye pulls up another Comic Sans Kalos tweet. Confirmed.
That was real, man.
This is definitely a booby trap. But yeah, that sounds about right to me, right? Like we've been in test for a while internally with it, as well as a couple folks. And it's like whatever you think your strategy is going to be going in with the new cards, like completely scratch that off your list. It's a whole other game.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait. Very cool. Well, we got a giveaway to do in a few minutes. I know there's a lot of people waiting, so we have a prime key coming up. If you haven't yet, I'll just shill this for the next 15 minutes. You got 15 minutes left, let's say. Go to our Twitter, find the pin post, like, retweet, follow us, and then be present in any of our stream channels, Discord, YouTube, Twitch, or on X, because we need proof that you're actually attending. So go do that if you have not done that yet. I'm assuming most people here have, though. And then we'll be doing that shortly. We also have 33 Prime to give away from Cold Plunge.
Oh,
yeah.
Cold Plunge.
So I'll add to that. I'll add some Prime to that. Yeah,
oh
why not?
Shit!
No way.
Damn.
I'll add 100 Prime to 111 Prime. For
what
me.
The fuck?
What? Oh.
What is that? That's like $1 million.
What's the competition for, even though? Why are we giving this away?
Just because we're super cool people.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
So it's a fun time giveaway. Okay.
Fun time giveaway.
I'll throw in with Cold Plunge and AI Rev. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Wow.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we had all right, this is what we'll do. So we had a scavenger hunt when we had a trivia question for Prime winners, and we were going to pull from the end goal of the retweets and all that sort of too. So let's do this. Let's start real nice and easy. If you are on Warpcast, we need you to go on Warpcast right now. The first person to make a cast and also pin it to, or not pin it, but use the parallel channel and say Prime to 111 gets 11 Prime right now. And we'll go check that in a second. That's the first thing that we're going to do.
There you go.
All right. Move swiftly, y'all.
What's a Warpcast, says Jer?
Warpcast.
Yeah, this is a skill check. This is a Marlowe question.
Yeah. What is? Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize. I'm just seeing on Twitter. I didn't realize. I think you can probably hear my son in the background hollering. I apologize if it makes it hard to hear me.
I thought that was a wraith. So you thought that was a forest banshee.
Actually, everyone tweeted at the exact or cast at the exact same time here. So the problem with
everyone gets Prime.
Everyone gets Prime.
Prime for
the
everyone.
problem with Warpcast is I have to probably wait a minute to figure out who just did it. So I'll take a closer look to make sure that I got that right, so that people don't get mad at me.
Okay.
But there we go. So that's in the bank. All right, 11 Prime, guys.
We'll figure it out, and we got more to come.
Well, but hold on, you're giving away. I said 111 Prime.
No, I know.
We're gonna spread it out.
We're gonna spread it out. Spread the love.
Oh yeah, okay.
We got to keep these crackhead audience members interested in the content. Otherwise, they just leave and go hang out with their family or something.
Exactly.
Got it.
Come on, dude. It's not our first rodeo.
Kalos, is it Marlowe or is it Mario?
It's Marlowe.
Oh.
Yeah, they'd have a real problem on their hands with Nintendo.
Yeah, we just randomly decided to capitalize the I.
Yeah.
Like, you know what this needs? It needs to capitalize.
Yeah, it's gotta sound sarcastic.
Let's really confuse the shit out of everybody.
Do you think? And I'm not looking for any confirmation. I think it would be cool if Marlowe was a Paragon at some point.
I think that would be cool too. I know that there's been discussions of some of this, like, what does the Paragon expansion look like in the future? Mm-hmm. I don't know when that'll happen or if you'll get Universal Paragons. But if you do get Universal Paragons, Marlowe for sure will be one, I think.
Hell yeah. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
He's such a chat.
Yo,
yeah, he's awesome.
Last night I downloaded Dwarf Fortress just on a whim because I was talking with my dad about Colony and I was getting all pumped and I'm like, I should really dive into Dwarf Fortress. That game's so fucking hard to play. It's like you need a master's degree in order to even play that game.
Pretty much. But games used to be like that. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah.
Like I always reference this one game I used to play as a kid called Pagan Ultima 8, and they sold a book separate to this. Was like a 3 CD game, and they sold a book separate to it that was like 500 pages. And like if you didn't have this book, the game would be impossible. Like it'd just simply not be possible to play. So I think it probably harkens back to that era of like collective knowledge and working together to figure out what the hell everything does, how to get through.
That's how Zelda used to be too, with like Nintendo. You needed Nintendo Power magazines or the special guides just to get through some of these games.
For sure, dude. I couldn't find Mega Man's helmet in Mega Man X2 forever. I had all the other armor pieces just by grinding the game, and then I had to look it up. That stuff was so hidden.
Yeah, you won't have that problem as much with Colony. Actually, you won't have that problem, period, with Colony, but there will be a reason for people to collectively coordinate and work together. So you'll still have that edge by working together and discussing things. So there will be a pretty heavy social element to it. But you won't be lost entirely without. And the reason is like some of the parameters from the prerogative of the agent are specifically around its base tasks, and so those base tasks, are necessary for it to eat and survive, and therefore it understands certain basics, which you won't have to figure out. But if you wanted to accelerate those things, to yield more materials and therefore yield more prime or whatever it is, you'll need to be quite clever in working together.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I know we're here for open beta, but can we talk about Colony just a little bit more? Because there's a lot of people in chat right now that are like freaking out about it.
We're just so excited about Colony. I every once in a while, I just like think about the playtest that we got to do, and just those like 2 hours, I'm like, man, I really want to play that again.
The Sandman.
Yeah, I want to sell some more aromatherapy pods.
Yeah, sure, but go for it. What questions did you want to talk about?
Well, I guess probably the first thing that's on everyone's mind is like, when can we play it? Like, when can we test it? So are you guys thinking about this the same way that you did with the TCG, where you have the sort of like alpha cohorts and things of that nature?
Yeah, I'd assume that that's going to be the case. I think we're kind of, now that open beta is kind of on, part of the open beta process is on our, notch on our belts. I think we've added resources on the Colony side. We're pretty focused on getting everything migrated and ported to function correctly on mobile. Some of the demonstrations we've recently put out, those are obviously, I think we intentionally cut the camera back and forth so you could see it was actually running on mobile.
Sure.
I think, we're focused on that. I think it's going to be, I'd expect, I'm trying to think of what I could say about it. Like, so there are some parts. Now we're in the stage where like mechanically we have everything down from a AI agent smart contract interaction standpoint.
Okay.
And we have some of the LLM stuff mostly packaged and ready, and we've been integrating it into the UE5 build. I think we have to do quite a bit more to get that to a polished state where like, a person who isn't someone in this room and isn't someone in this community would be able to, interact with it casually and be like, okay, this is really sick. I love this game.
Okay.
But I think we're targeting to have that, I'd like to see us realize that this year. So that's something I can say, I guess.
Okay, awesome.
Nice.
And I'm also seeing a question about, will people without avatars be able to play the game?
Yeah, so I think some of the rules, the way I like to think about this, and I think we'll try as much as humanly possible to always kind of maintain these rules. Like if the rule in Parallel TCG is that if you have cards, then that is a dependency of your emission of the ERC20 reward prime for wins and ranked.
Yep.
I think that same rule would apply to Colony. And so this way, like all games, that we create in the future share this rule set, which is like, oh, if you don't have the avatar, then you don't get to send yourself maybe the rewards that you have obtained, but not the rewards, the items your character has, generated from the simulation, or you actually don't get the ERC20 reward. And so I think as much as humanly possible, I'd like to see that those rules remain somewhat, consistent. And so the way I look at it is, like if you want to actually play the game for fun, you should be able to play the game for fun for free, just like, any other game. And just like you could play Parallel TCG. But if you have an avatar, that'll be likely a dependency around earning prime from for wins in certain conditions, or being able to remove items from your character's repository. But just to clarify, just in case anything changes, subject to change, blah, 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 ask Mr. Gon, but I'm pretty sure that's the case here.
Okay, that makes sense. So like accessibility is key for fun and also scale, but then incentivization structures are supplemental.
Yeah, if you're participating in the ecosystem like you are in Parallel, like you should be able to, benefit from the economics of that game. And that's how Parallel is designed, and everything we do will always put that, be of that same vein. Like we won't ever say, oh, the apparition, whatever variants, or the standard variants, which you can pick from of 5, let's say, baseline avatars that anyone can use for free. like, those guys aren't able to earn Prime, but anyone who has an actual avatar is able to earn Prime. And maybe there's even an analogous, and this is a maybe there's even an analogy here to, like, you can spend Prime to make echoes in the card game. Maybe you can spend Prime to do something with avatars to create, accessibility as well. So these are just things that, that are really covered off in greater detail in the paper. I'd recommend, when it comes out, maybe making yourself a nice cup of tea or coffee, maybe, load in a little bit of that tobacco into the pipe or cigar or whatever, and
put on your Vision Pro.
Yeah, put on your Vision Pro and give it a scroll. Yeah.
I'm gonna pop open the white paper and immediately Control F velour tracksuit.
Oh. I'm gonna embed it in white text. I'm gonna put velour.
You son of a
velour tracksuit. I'm gonna put it in the document. You can't see it unless you search it.
Let's go. I'm here for it.
Just for you.
I'm here
Just
for
you.
It says extra Prime emissions for avatars wearing velour tracksuits.
I'm gonna put velour tracksuit and then a seed phrase with like one avatar that has a velour tracksuit. Yeah.
Nice.
Whoever gets to
like
it
a
first.
Great idea.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
It's like an Easter egg hunt, but like
I'm very into that.
Like the Sopranos Easter egg hunt.
Yeah.
So good. My last question before we get into some more giveaways here is, I know you were just suggesting you're in Japan for what was seemingly the AI Cabal meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
Cabal? Did I get leveled up to being in a Cabal?
I think you might have, man.
Wow.
I think you
Okay.
might have, yeah. The internet's talking about
You
it.
made it, dude.
Yeah. Dear mom.
Holy smokes.
Smile down on me.
Yeah. So when it comes to the fidelity of the LLM or the technology that's sort of influencing how your agents interact with each other and also interact with you, is this a thing that could progressively improve over time, or is like the LLM that you're using right now, is that like it's one and done? It's like that is kind of where your agents are segmented.
Yeah, no. There's really good question. So like there's a reinforcement learning component to what we do. And so obviously over time, even if you used one specific LLM, it would improve via that reinforcement learning. But no, you could, like the way to think about AI and LLMs in general is really twofold, I think. And I think you will cover this in the papers. One is about just general intelligence. So the smartest will win. And then the other component to that no one's really talking about yet is adaptability. And this is kind of where I talk about digital Darwinism as an idea. And it's like we train these LLMs, they're pretty much modeled after us as humans. And, and when you look at humans, obviously some of the most adaptable humans are the most capable, are the ones who survived and thrived. And so adaptability and capability is something we specifically cover off and how to incentivize that capability and adaptability as it relates to AI agents. And so I think you'll see this particular topic covered off, but as it relates to Colony, I think, there is no like one locked in LLM that will forever power the game.
Okay.
The objective is to obviously whichever model we use, continually use reinforcement learning on things that we want to see more of, and reduce things we want to see less of. And in addition to that, as new models and new be them decentralized models or centralized models become available, we may draw down on them for different purposes. So like one thing that I think is often lost on folks is that certain LLMs are really good at certain things and really bad at other things. And so as it relates to the game in its entirety, there's multiple agents or LLMs that are interacting with each other to make the game work. And so, what to kind of demonstrate this is like some agents are really good at generative imagery. So some LLMs are really good at generative imagery. Some of them are really good at math. Some of them are really good at code. And so depending on what you're trying to do, you want to pick a different LLM for that function. So it might be that, for your agent that you're interacting and talking to, when it does want to write its own piece of code to generatively create something within the simulation, one, it's going to ask the Dungeon Master AI to say, can I create this thing? Is it in line and consistency with the world? But then two, the code it actually is written is actually a request, from one LLM to another that's good at writing code to be able to do that. So I think the way to think about this is there's actually multiple LLMs interacting in this architecture. Yeah, and so it's not really just one thing is how to think about it. I think the thing we're watching closely though also is like really, I think it's actually not, it's not Moore's law, it's Wright's law and the diminishing cost of these services and how to ensure that we get to a place where, and how to optimize LLMs so that we can get to a place where from a consumer price point, we're really happy with it. Mm-hmm. And we're obviously driving towards that now, but we want to get there. And I think that's just an important thing to think about as we also kind of optimize some of these loops. So like if something is, an AI agent is tasked with something that is, let's call it routine and doesn't require emergent behavior, that loop can then be, hard coded. So if it's just like you're mining and it's an RNG as to what you get out of the ground, you could go turn it into the shop for ERC20 or something. Mm-hmm. That process as it becomes normalized across the agents is probably can be offloaded to reduce the cost of the agent. And really, the cost is actually not talking to your agent. It's really around planning and execution of tasks. And so as the game develops itself, these tasks can be looped a bit more, meaning you offload more and more of a cost of the actual interactions of the LLMs themselves. There's a really long answer. It's a really complicated process. But I hope I did some justice to how we think about it and how LLMs change.
Yeah, that's more than I expected. Thank you for detailing that. That's incredible. It's both equal parts incredibly exciting and also horrifying when you think about the ever-evolving fidelity of the intelligence of those agents.
Yeah, I think like the fidelity of the intelligence is super interesting. It's a lot less dangerous, let's say, like when it comes to like a game like this, where it's within a sandbox environment of, smart contracts that are specifically isolated to the game. And it becomes a lot more interesting and, compelling when you remove those barriers.
Yeah.
And that's something we also talk about in the papers is what would this look like beyond?
Okay.
Will the avatars ever be able to steal my wife? Because that's that's my main concern with AI is like, I kind of like my family.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do we want to talk more broadly about AI and what I see in some of the conversations I have?
Not if it has to do with stealing my wife. I just need a very simple,
it does
simple answer.
Oh, okay. Then yes, we need to know.
Yeah, I think like we are seeing a number of very high retention AI agents that are, consumer focused around relationships. And we are seeing, a significant investment into, hardware architecture that is humanoid. And so, and some of these are conversations. Yeah, for sure.
Well,
so
my wife's gone.
Optimus from Tesla. I mean, yeah. So I think there's, I think it's 465 million. I think was just raised by I think it's called Figure, for humanoid AI. So we're now bridging beyond just the AI is really good at writing software into AI is getting pretty good at figuring out how to pick up an apple via controlling a series of servos in this arm of a robotics device. And so I think we are going to approach a place where life is going to change really dramatically. But so, I mean, as for, us as people, like will people have interpersonal relationships with these agents? I think it's like inevitably yes.
They kind of already are, right? There's already
they are
like AI girlfriends and apps that handle that. So
yeah, and they're actually performing quite well. So yeah, I think I've seen the data. When I say performing quite well, I don't mean that
like 10 minutes. 9-10 minutes. That's crazy.
We're benchmarking. Yeah, we're benchmarking the AI against orphans. No, fuck. I mean more in like retention of consumers' interest in them as like a paying customer. And these are not decentralized products, right? But they're out there. So I think we're heading into an unknown territory, which is interesting. And for us, obviously, we're not involved in building. Don't worry, we're not the enemy orphan. We're not going to build a waifu or a husband. I don't know, what do you call the husband version of a waifu?
Husbandu?
Oh, husbandu, yeah, that's it.
Husbandu. Okay, yeah, we're not going to build a husbandu.
Okay.
Great news, Econ Channel. You can actually have girlfriends now.
I'm still nervous, man. I'm not very confident in my prowess, if you will, and hearing about these AIs coming in with 4.3 billion servos per inch or whatever is like that's.
Let me tell you, what you got to worry about is when that AI figures out how to unbutton its shirt as low as you do. As soon as that last button comes down, yeah.
We're at 1 button AI right now, and once we get to 3 button AI, I'm in trouble.
We're hanging on by a thread.
That's incredible.
Oh, that's
well, I think
so
that's
funny.
a pretty good place to end. Let's get into these giveaways, huh?
Sure.
Cool. All right. So the next one is trivia. You guys ready?
Okay. Can I answer?
You can't answer.
I can't
you
answer.
Can't answer. You guys can't win.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm scrolling. This was given to me by Goldy. I'm managing so many chats right now. I'm freaking out.
I bet. It's all good.
Okay.
We can always talk about robot sex some more if you need some time.
I know that's all you want to. Okay.
Chat's loving it.
Here's the question. This is going to be for 22 prime, and then we'll put the 111 in the big boy pool. Okay. The question is trivia. I don't know how we're going to manage this, but the first to answer in either the Discord chat or on the chat that you're looking at for Restream Orphan.
Wait, I don't think we can do both. we need
you look at Restream.
Okay.
I think we could do it, man.
All right.
Do it. Who is the artist that designed the Parallel terminals? First one to get it gets 22 prime. No.
Hey, wait a minute. Whatever happened to playing my intro music? Did you guys play my intro music?
No, we got overwhelmed, man.
I haven't yet.
Everyone's wrong so far. Everyone's wrong. This is a great question.
Can you text me?
I know the answer.
Oh, wait. Nope.
correct?
Yummy got it. It is Christopher Brandt.
Oh, yeah. Yummy was first. Yep.
Yummy got it.
Nice, Yummy.
Good work, Yummy. 22 prime.
Second place to Popov.
So close, dude.
I wouldn't have got that. I didn't know that one, honestly.
I got it wrong. Goldie gave it to me last night, and I answered like 3 different artists, and I got them all wrong. So I was like, "Ooh, this is a good one."
Yeah, yeah. There's it's the same with Magic. There's like some very well-known artists, and the rest of them, although they make fantastic card art, they're not like the top of mind when it comes to trivia.
Not celebrated as much. I know. Well, okay, so I will circle back to Warpcast in a little bit because this is pure chaos right now. Yeah, we'll give it to him anyways, Jer. I understand that there is a letter off, but or 2 letters off.
The intent was there.
The intent was there for sure. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We are gonna do the 111 prime from Kalos and then the PK giveaway. They are both very close in value. The 111 prime is sitting around $1,700 right now, and then the PK is sitting around $2,740. So
are we doing
very significant?
Are we doing both of those right now? Do you want to save? Do you want to save the prime for later so we can keep people to keep watching?
We could, yeah. You want to give it to the lore group, maybe?
Let's to the lore group. Yeah, let's like spread it out a little bit.
Okay, that sounds good. So we're going to do PK then. That's what everyone was already familiar with. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm going through it. You guys can talk amongst yourselves as I run this if you want to.
Sure.
But we have 208 entries in total right now. That's pretty significant.
Nice. Thank you guys, everyone, for reposting and for following us. We appreciate all the love too.
Yeah. Why don't you? Do we have a subscription animation or anything like that
for
our
like,
channels?
For like Twitch subs?
Yeah. Anyways, just mash it. Mash that follow button.
Just
guys.
follow us everywhere,
Just
or else we will steal your wife via AI technology agents.
Yeah, Kalos is going to give it to us first, and you're all screwed.
Yep.
That is inaccurate.
Kalos,
All right.
I guess, are you ready, Ray?
I am ready.
Okay.
Are you guys ready? So just to clarify, this is for the PK giveaway. If this is your name, you have to respond on our stream channels or within the Discord chat and clarify that you're here.
Okay.
Mutzi, PH, also Lowbeat, Mutzi. I think I saw his name earlier.
Mutzi?
And that's M-U.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Already there?
Yeah, see it on X.
Let's go! Mutzi, congrats.
Woo!
So you need to give us your DM us if you're on X right now. Just DM us. And he's tilt game. That's cool. Sick.
Wow. Everyone else absolutely livid right now.
It has to be.
Get fucked, everyone else.
Has to be. There's still 111 Prime up though. Okay.
Mm.
So don't stress too much. We still got more to give away. And thank you for that, Kalos.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to get out of here. We have 5 minutes until the next group is on. We'll just, we'll tease the next group. It's your boy, Oscar Mar, joined by Mad Prof and Pavel, and Goldy is going to be hosting a deep lore session with that entire group. So really excited. I know they worked up a bunch of questions for Oscar. If you guys aren't familiar with the Parallel universe, or if you are and you just want to learn some things that you probably don't know about, you should definitely stick around. That's going to be in 5 minutes, right on this stage and right on our stream channels. So keep it locked. Thank you all for being here. Kalos, thank you again, man. And Arev, thank you for the PK. That was so cool of you to do that.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. And if I can just say thanks to the community, and I'm really excited to be able to share more about Colony and everything else that's coming out shortly with you. It should be a real banger.
Can't wait, man.
Oh yeah, man.
Can't wait for that.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude.
Have a good weekend.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. All right. There we have it, Orphan. What do you think?
Man, I love talking with Kalos. I was gonna make a joke, but I just actually love talking with him.
I was gonna be sarcastic, and then I just realized I just love the guy so much. Yeah,
yeah, he's awesome. I appreciate all the alpha. I appreciate him chipping in Prime for everyone to win. And
oh my god,
100 subs from Kalos.
Jesus,
yeah.
oh my god, Chad.
It's a little dark, but
wow,
you guys silly.
We got some
I'm
whales.
still gonna send it.
In
wow,
the stream.
That's crazy.
And, yeah, unreal. Thank you all for showing up. We have almost 100 in the Discord. We have over 130 on Twitch right now. I haven't even looked at YouTube or X, but yeah, this means the world to us, guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. If you have some free time, please stay for the next session. I think it's going to be a really, really fun one.
It's going to be fun.
Goldie put in a lot of work. Yeah. So what do you think, man? You want to get out of here? We can jump off stage. We'll keep the stream running, and then we'll wait for the next folks to get on stage.
Sure. Like, are we taking a break, or are we just hanging out?
Yeah. I'm taking a break. We're going to let Goldie and crew run it, and then you and I can actually get some coffee.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I want to see if I can, like, zoom in this.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Screen a little bit. Okay, there we go. Because it looks like the whole stream, it, like, looked super empty.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people, though.
There is a lot of people, and I want it to look like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Dope.
There we go. Spread
Goldie,
it
we're just
out.
getting things set up. I see you're on stage right now, bud. How you doing, man?
Good, man. What's going on?
Not too much. Thank you for joining us super early as well.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. It's 11 a.m. in Colorado, so feeling pretty good.
Nice.
Hell yeah, dude.
Sun is shining. It's March Madness is here, so yeah, great session with Kalos, guys. That was awesome.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, we love talking to that guy. I feel like we talked to him for 3 hours.
Yeah, because he's so fucking boring.
Maybe you guys should ask better questions.
He never gives us any good info, Goldie.
I know, right? We're expecting alpha, and all he does is tell us about his brand new project and all the things he's working on.
Unbelievable.
I want an image of Gafar, a new image of Gafar. Maybe we'll get that today.
Goldie's got it locked. He's got the trailer locked.
I got the trailer up. Yeah, did you see that peace pipe? Holy smokes.
So high def. So high def. Kalos said it's true. I'm the boring one. Dude's bringing all the intel. No, you're good, man.
Jared's got to bounce. Thanks for being here, Jared. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Yes.
Ryan and I have to go sword fight. Take a pee break, and
got to protect our wives from the incoming Avatar apocalypse.
Goldy, can you hold it down for a sec?
I think so. Yeah, I'm trying to see how I get Pavel and Mad Prof up here. I think they just Pavel. I think they just do it themselves.
Nice.
I have the
Mad Prof, feel free to jump up.
That's how it works.
Oh, Pavel, was that a soundboard? Is that your actual voice?
This is my voice. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Oh wow!
Wow! I don't have to worry about AI. I got to worry about Pavel.
Watch out.
That's crazy.
See, I thought you might say something about it because I usually sound Canadian. I have my voice is naturally very deep, but I'm from the Midwest, and when I sit in a chair, I don't sit properly, so it compresses my chest, and then I start speaking through nasally through my nose, so I start sounding like Canadian. And I'm at my stand-up. I'm at my stand-up desk right now, right? So I'm standing so I can speak normally, so I sound less Canadian and more like my actual voice.
I love it.
That's scientific.
There's Mad Prof. All right, guys, we'll get out of your way. Thank you all for being here. We're excited to listen in. Hello, GM. All right.
FYI, it's Prof.
Prof.
Yeah, Rye, come on. Don't you even know us?
God, I just learned that Mad Prof and Jake were a couple, and I'm beside myself right now. I can't take any more mistakes.
Oh.
Wait, guys, in the chat, Warwick has asked me to tell a joke, so I'm going to tell one right now.
That's our cue.
That's our cue. See you guys in a few.
Bye.
Go for it.
I just told the joke.
Oscar, are you able to unmute yourself? I see you're on stage, but just want to make sure you can hear us and we can hear you. Hopefully it's not a...
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, what's up?
Perfect. Hey, man, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is great.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I really appreciate the initiative done by the Game Cellar team. Really excited to be joined by everyone today. All of the lore lovers get an opportunity to unite and come together. And just really excited to have the opportunity to co-host this with a pair of my lovely wardens, Mad Prof and Pavel. And just kind of reflecting on, the journey of Parallel over the past 3 years, I wanted to start with a little ode that I wrote last night while reflecting on, open beta. And then after I read this little introduction, I'm going to play the open beta video so we can all kind of celebrate and enjoy watching that. And then we'll kick it off with some questions. So here we go. Behind every Parallel card, character, and comic is a new glimpse into the game's vast and original lore. Parallel is a sci-fi story that has never been told before, but it is also a story that could stretch for as long as time exists. For within every twist and turn in this battle for Earth is the potential for 1 million more threads of lore, a stark reminder of how lucky we are to witness the emergence of this new universe, one that has already been capturing our imaginations for 3 years. As a co-founder and the art director for Parallel, Oscar Mar is responsible for bringing the game's lore to life. From the mysterious evolution of the Shroud and their glimmering void crystals to the unrelentless Markolians and their glowing neutron bomb, Oscar has been a never-ending stream of consistently creative brilliance. He, alongside his tribe of artists and the entire writing team, is undeniably a force to be reckoned with. With that in mind, I'm super excited to have Oscar joining us for this discussion and deep dive into the various threads of Parallel lore, and to be co-hosting this session with 2 of my fellow wardens, Pavel and Mad Prof. Together, we've curated a short list of questions for Oscar, but first I wanted to take a minute to play the new open beta video, which I believe captures the essence of just how immersive and thought-provoking the Parallel universe has already become. So I'm going to hopefully be able to share my screen, and we should be able to quickly watch the amazing open beta announcement trailer. And if anyone can just let me know if you can see my screen.
can.
Yeah, it's working.
Awesome. Here we go.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs. While those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. For their future, their people, and their home.
All right. Oscar, how does it feel to know that the game has reached open beta and you get to share that awesome trailer and just the game with everyone? Like, how does it feel?
Fun. It's unreal. We've been waiting. I mean, yeah, it's been 3 years of wanting this to happen. So seeing it being a reality, it's yeah, it's crazy. It's seeing people liking it, seeing people getting into the lore, asking what's next, asking what, like, wanting to know more about the story. Yeah, it's crazy. In a good way, obviously.
I can hear the smile in your voice, and I know you've put so much time. Your head's been down just working on this project for 3 straight years, and there's so many of us in the community that have just, like, in one way or another, fallen in love with the lore and the story and the artwork and the synergy between all of the members of the team. And so I think Pavel and Mad Prof and I just have a handful of questions to get the discussion started around not only the lore, but the artwork and just the universe as a whole. So I'm going to toss it over to Pavel, and he'll get started with his first question.
Awesome.
Thanks, Goldy. And hi, Oscar. Thanks for being here.
Hey, man. Thank you.
I think everybody can predict I'm going to ask something about the Markolians, but I want to. I had this question where I was just going to say, why do you not like the Markolians? But I want to actually, preface this with some real context, right? Given the lore. So Parallel seems to be, there's a lot of visual storytelling, right? Every card adds to the lore in a little bit of way, and we have comics, but we also have kind of kinesthetic lore, right? Because it's a game where all of the parallels can fight every other parallel. And the broad stroke of Parallel is that all 5 factions are coming back to Earth to fight over Earth. So there isn't really, in my opinion, like a clear protagonist, right? You have 5, or not protagonist, but antagonist. You have 5 groups vying over fighting for Earth and, primed quartz. But visually, Markolians have been given, we'll call it a militaristic, visual aesthetic, right? A rigid society, having an actual standing army. And traditionally in sci-fi and fiction, something like having a big militarized society is often associated with being the bad guy, right? Klingons in Star Trek, the Empire in Star Wars, whatever it is. So my question is, was that a deliberate choice, to do that, to make one parallel stand out more so traditionally of being like an antagonistic parallel when all 5 are actually fighting for Earth? Or, was there a different process that went into that and how you were, choosing the kind of the flavors for each parallel?
Yeah, this is something that will have more clarity with time. The reason behind the Markolians coming out as like a front runner in the antagonist position now, I think it's simply because they're like an imposing force, right? When you think about it, especially in military and science aspects of their societies, like you mentioned. But that's just because they can, right? That's why that was one of their foundations. Conquer, be ready for everything, but that doesn't really mean they are uh like the quote unquote bad ones. Each parallel thinks they are in the right with their motives, and that Earth is theirs to claim. So uh you know, like in the world we currently live today, others may have more sinister and ulterior motives, but yeah, I won't say if those are the Marcoli. Like, you know, we're figuring that part out as we work on the story. But yeah, to be clear, not every Markolian is bad or wants to fight, and not every Earthen is a fan of other factions showing up on Earth either. So there's there's a bit of everything in all the factions. Right now we're just, you know, have we have to, since the way we can tell the story right now are cards and comics and some short movies here and there. We cannot show everything that the world has to offer, right? And we have to pick up certain characters. So, but yeah, we're going to be showing more of that in the future for sure.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Great question. And I think Kalos in the previous session here mentioned something about like we've only seen 2 or 3% of the actual universe unfold so far. And so even though
Right.
it's been 3 years for a lot of us that have been following since the beginning, it's still just a tiny baby step of what the full actual parallel universe is going to look like, which is super, super exciting because there's been so many amazing things to kind of look at, and there's so many Easter eggs and so many characters, and the flavor text on each card as well is so great. So yeah, I definitely wanted to let Pavel have the first question because I remember 3 years ago when we first started to come together in the original Discord, um, we had a little group that just basically would come together and create like fan-based lore. Like we would just create our own little stories. And Pavel actually goes down in parallel history as being having the very first fan-written lore piece to accompany those very early cards. So shout out to Pavel for being one of the first lore lovers in the parallel community.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. And to be clear, Markolian's I think they're my favorite. It's one of my top two for sure.
Oh, I love you, Oscar. It's music to my ears to know that.
All right, we'll shift over to Mad Prof for her first question.
Thank you, Goldy. It's funny how you mentioned that not everybody in, each of the factions believes in their faction's main cause. It kind of leads into my question. I'm singling out the citrine rose. That the card text suggests it's a gift from John, who arrives first, and it made me wonder if in Aftermath, if we'll see a lot more of cooperation and between the parallels, crossovers in the cards, where something that you might not normally see in that faction, like a spaceship with Earthen, is that something we'll see in the next set?
Yeah, well, first, yes, you're right. The Citrine Rose is a great example of Jan cooperating with Erden. In some ways, in Aftermath, you'll be uh, made aware of specific characters working with cohesively with each other. Um, it's it'll be depicted in it'll be depicted here and there, but not as heavily as in future sets, because in Aftermath we want to focus on what happened right after Planetfall, right? So um yeah, we're gonna see some like crossovers that we've seen some of that even since the beginning in the Universal uh, uh cards. We see a little bit of technology here and there in from all the other factions in those cards, because universals deal with everyone, so they have access to different uh, to all the factions.
Okay. Is it okay if I follow up really quick, Goldie?
Yeah, go
Because I'm
for it.
also curious. So with John and Arak seem to be very different. They have very different philosophies, and I'm wondering, like, does that have does that play into the struggle for the Agincourt?
It's I have to be careful of how to answer
Okay.
this. But yeah, I'll leave it as yes, they are
Is that something we should
very
wait for the comic for?
yeah, I'm gonna leave it in. They are very different, and yeah, it will be, we'll see how different they are in. I cannot reveal if in cards or comics, but yeah, I don't wanna, I don't want our writer to be angry at me.
Okay, that's fair.
Cool, awesome.
I'm known for being the one that spoils a lot of things without realizing it. So I'm trying to be very careful.
Yeah, we're gonna try and coerce you into spilling some good stuff, but so far you've been pretty good at it. So, okay, yeah, like I think this is a good time to ask this next question because it kind of piggybacks a little bit off the Citrine Rose, because I know like there's lore behind it within the parallel universe, but then there's also like a little bit of a special story and homage to that card specifically. And so, one of thinking about that, and like one of my favorite cards from you so far is Memento of the Fallen. And same thing, like as the name suggests, it has a lot of sentimental value behind it, along with the lore in the actual parallel universe. So, can you just maybe share a little bit more about the process of designing that card specifically?
Yeah, that one was, it's a special one because a member of the team had lost a friend, and it was, they he wanted to kind of pay a tribute or immortalize him in some ways. So that there's the inscription there, on the knife, from it's part of a song that they really enjoyed. um and it seemed like a good, it was a good fit, talking about the object, the function of the card, the aesthetic for it, to just it lent itself to be the base to immortalize this person, right? So now this guy is, it might not everyone will know its meaning, but the small percentage of people that know the story, that card hits different. um so yeah, it's always great when you can have something like that, put a smile on someone every time they play the card, or they see it, or just, if they have it on the wall because it's one of the large prints that we did. Yeah, it's cool to know that you were able to help in some way with an image. So yeah, I know it was I know it was an important for him and for me too, right? Because it's it's not it's a big task to do that, to hear the story and then be like, okay, I really need to. We put 100% in everything we do. This one 110% has to go in there. So every detail it's there's attention on everything on every small detail in that card is thought of. Yeah, there are several cards like that. I cannot remember uh all the names because we have at this point more than 300 cards, but yeah, there are some special ones there.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question, is if there were some cards like that that have, deeper sentimental value that we don't know about yet. And I think we can leave it at that, because it's cool to know that there are more out there that are waiting to be discovered. And I think that's really cool. It's like one of the things that I've genuinely loved about Parallel and the team since the beginning is just how like authentically you guys get along. And the friendships that are being formed through this journey, and to have that opportunity to design a card that has deeper sentimental value for someone else on the team. That's just got to be such a cool bonding moment and such a cool way to immortalize again just someone who was very special to someone else on the team. And to have the opportunity to do that, I'm sure meant a lot to you and to the individual on the team. So thanks for answering that. I know that one's a little bit personal, but I absolutely love the card. I have an autograph of the blue SE one, and it's
Oh,
one of
nice.
it's one of my cherished pieces in my Parallel collection. So
Nice,
that's
nice.
appreciate you.
I think I like the blue better than the orange. I think I'm not sure, but yeah, that's cool to
Okay.
hear that you
Is there
have
any
that.
reason why? Like, is it just the way it
You
looks?
know, just the aesthetics. Yeah, just the
Mm.
aesthetic of it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good little piece of trivia. Oscar prefers potentially blue over the orange memento of the fallen. Very nice.
Another something that falls in this topic, and I could share is the card for Shoshana. It's called I think the card is Rebuilder of Earth. Made by Sasha, the artist. It's very, when the concept for this card was being thought of, there were different ways of making it, and but it was sadly it was a coincidence where all the conflict and Russia and Ukraine started, and she's from Sasha is Russian, right? And in that card, you could see that sentiment of so Shoshana is like looking up. She's sad. She's holding a body of. Well, she's almost thinking like, why does this need to happen? And I
Oh,
think that's something that was the whole team were we were just thinking of, right? Because we have people that are from everywhere, uh, making part of the team. So it's just sad to see like it again. It hits different when you see firsthand how it's affecting like relatives of your friend that you're working with, and things like that. So
yeah.
yeah, on that card, it's I think that sentiment was really yeah, it's definitely portrayed in there.
Right.
And like
Right.
that, we have many. Some are some are not as heavy as these two. Some are just for fun. Some are just like someone's someone's pet's name is engraved somewhere, and that's more lighthearted. But yeah, we try to do that whenever we can and whenever it makes sense.
Right. No, I appreciate that context. And I posted the card in the group chat Shoshana Rebuilder of Earth. It's an art card.
Rebuilder, yeah.
Yeah, Rebuilder. I'm glad I found it because I was like, I wasn't exactly sure, but yes, it's an absolutely beautiful card. And again, I think it really, it's so awesome to know that there was, deeper sentimental value behind that piece of artwork. And now every time I see that card or every time I see Shoshana, there's a little bit more context to it, and that just draws me in even deeper to what you guys are building out. So I really appreciate that. I'm sure we all really appreciate knowing that there's so much more behind the designs. It's not just built for a random audience. Like, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears going into every piece of artwork. And I think it's really cool that you have this team of artists that have that creative license, but still work within whatever guidelines you have for the art team as a whole. So that is super awesome. And I love Sasha's work, and we all love everyone's work. So yeah, it's really
Yeah,
cool.
you have the helmet made with her art, right? With the Qatari.
I do have the goalie
Yeah.
mask, the Galleon Orator goalie mask, which is like, on a personal level, like, the goalie mask saves my life when I go play hockey, right? It's a very necessary piece of equipment. And so, to have the team give me the permission to use Sasha's artwork on my goalie mask is like something I'll cherish forever. And if we ever get her on stage, I'll have to ask her about that card specifically. But let's jump back over to Pavel for his second question.
Cool. So it was suggested when we were preparing for this that we should ask Oscar questions, maybe a question about one of his cards that he's done. And so I'm going to ask about Orbital Strike, which is my favorite card. It is my favorite Oscar Mar card and my favorite pre-sale card. Orbital Strike, for anyone that's seen Orbital Strike, and hopefully you have, it has an art style that is very unique, even among all of the pre-sale cards. So I kind of have a two-part question. The first part is, could you tell us about the influences that went into Orbital Strike art-wise? Because the card reminds me more of kind of the old school type of TCG cards I grew up with, like Magic the Gathering, than some of the other pre-sale cards that were more three-dimensional, right, and ultra modern. And the second part would be, can you give us anything that you can remember about, like, what was the story like conceptually at that point when you were designing that card, right? The inklings of Markolians, and they have this thing called an Orbital Strike, something like that. I'm sure there was probably some kind of kernel of a story element there. So if any lore regarding that you could speak to would be good too.
Yeah, for sure. So for the art, regarding the art style, this was probably the third or fourth card made ever. And I don't know if it was done after Artillery Volley or before, but I remember I made them like on the same day. And you can see the style is very similar, like the fire, it's almost this cell animation cell animation style. We were trying to come up with like what a style that I was just having fun experimenting with styles, right? It's something that has now evolved to a more realistic look, which is I think it was just the natural progression that had to happen visually. So yeah, for that style, I was thinking of, okay, this needs to read well as a card at like small scales. This needs to be shown. This needs to show that there's this like massive weapon somewhere. We still don't know its design, but it obviously can do huge damage to cities to planets to anything. So okay, how do we depict that? And yeah, like what better than a laser opening the clouds in the skies and destroying the cities downtown. But yeah, the again going back to the art style, it's very, it could be 2D. It's super flat. But we it's something that we quickly started to part ways with after this card. Not because we didn't like it, it just wasn't, you know, again, it was a stage of experimentation because we didn't have that pre-production stage. Everything happened too fast. And yeah, the answer to why it does look the way it does, it's that. And it's similar to what I was doing on a personal project at the time. I was mixing 2D and 3D, so I think I was definitely heavily influenced by that. And regarding the lore and function of the card, it's yeah, okay, we have this destroyer somewhere. How do we show that without showing it? So it was more of let's show the impact that it has instead of showing the device itself.
Cool. Thank you. Well, I think it is
Yeah.
a beautiful card and it's excellent in game.
Yeah. Thanks. Glad
Passion
you
and
like it.
function.
Mad Prof, I think you're up next.
Yes. So I'm going to take it back a little bit more towards the story itself. Jake actually proposed this question. It's has there been any exploration of internal struggles in any of the parallels? Internal, people in the faction that didn't want to return to Earth, for example, which I know I kind of touched a little bit on with John versus a rock. So I'm curious what if we'll get a little bit more out of this.
Well, we have those conversations when discussing lore, and yes, you will again you'll see more of that later, and those struggles do exist. It's just hard to showcase all that with the on a card or on a comic that has to be a certain length. But if we are looking for ways into showing more of that real humanity in between all of the people that make up the factions, because they are at the end of the day like all of us, right? Like we all have different views of things, but we at the same time are able to live on on a society and be, you know, friends with people that think different than you. We go deep into those conversations, like all do all Erden think the same? No, but we can showing a good example is like showing half a comic of an Erden that is just discussing trivial things with another friend is not going to be interesting. So we have to focus on the action and the main stories. It's the trick is to bring those uh, different ways of thinking into the action. And that's something that we have been working on with Greg, our writer. And but again, I don't want him to kill me after this. So short answer is short answer is yes. We'll see more of that happening, and yes, it definitely it's something that's present in all the factions. Like there's different ways of thinking in between leaders and in between just regular people in their society.
Okay, so a follow-up would be, would it be correct to assume something like the I'm probably going to butcher this, the Idean decoy or scope are something from another sect of people that think differently than maybe, say, the Echelon cartel?
Yeah. That's more those. It's almost like when you see at their equipment, it looks like it's almost like scavengers, right? So yeah,
Mhm.
that there's a different train of thought in between in between that group and Echelon. But at the same time, they at some time they have to coexist or negotiate and interact with each other. So yeah, there's eh, that one I can answer. You're right. They have different ways of thinking, different ways of doing things, and hopefully we can see more of them uh, interacting with like in between each other, friendly or not, in between them. But yeah, I think the easiest way for that it's on either short, uh, the short animations that we do, or some sort of a story in comic form.
Parallel books?
No.
Let's see. Let's see.
I, for one, would love to see a Oscar Mar style guide. I know some of the videos you've done recently, you kind of dig into that a little bit and you share more behind that process and how just like I can't imagine how hard it is to manage 300 plus cards. And like I've said a few times in a few other chats, especially with the Game Cellar guys, is like it's amazing to see how the cohesiveness between the individual artists is starting to come together as time goes on, and like everything's so on point. And that's a testament to the way that the team works together and how you're guiding the ship, so to speak. But I would love to like actually dig in a little bit more to that process because I think um, for me, especially like when I first discovered Parallel, I was a complete TCG noob. And so, just learning about how it all comes together and everything else has been really awesome. But like, I think sometimes I feel like there's the art team and then the lore team, right? And they're in these two separate rooms, but it's definitely not like that, right? Like you guys are working hand in hand together to build out this universe. So can you talk a little bit more about that process? Like when it comes time to design a card, like how often are you having conversations with the writing team and how are they influencing maybe the way you go back and look at a card a little bit differently when it's still in its concept phase, if that makes sense? Like, can you talk a little bit more about that process?
Yeah, for sure. And yes, it goes lore and art and game design go hand in hand, 100%. We are in constant communication with the writing team. Every week we have a meeting where like all the art team is there and writing team is there, game design team is there, and we just talk lore. We talk about we throw ideas there. We sometimes we throw like concepts that were made by the art team to see if something sticks, right? Because sometimes there's hey, I thought of this idea, does it work? And that we have to be honest and be like, hey, we love the way this looks, but it doesn't fit anywhere at the moment, and we cannot put something there just because it will feel forced, it will look forced. And there's other instances where we show a concept or a sketch and they're like, hey, this, you know what, this works perfect for so and so. So uh, it's a good way of inspired and of getting inspired by other teams. I think, for example, there's a target painter. It's called AC12 target painter for Universal, and that came from a sketch that Cafaro and Cristiano did that just lent itself for that. They were like, hey, you know what? This, without knowing, like, we are looking into having this kind of unit, and this works perfect. And you're like, all right, then let's put all the finishing touches on that design and turn it into a card. So that's one of the instances where we come up with fresh sketches to the table, and they're like, okay, this works, this doesn't, and vice versa. And also for for keeping the style, it's the most challenging part of that is how this will sound weird, but it's how talented the artists are, because sometimes they come up with a concept or an image that is really cool, but it doesn't, the same way we couldn't put that there because of it will feel forced with the lore. It will feel forced with the art direction. So sometimes we have these ships or these uniforms with amazing patterns that one of the artists came up with, and I'm like, like shit, I really want to use that, but right, there's no room for it, right? Like there's no way I could explain this being part of this faction. So yeah, those are the hard times where you cannot justify to add something that is cool just because it's random. And then sometimes we work on an evolution of those things to make them fit into a specific faction. But yeah, I mean, without that, consistency wouldn't be there. So it's something that needs to be done.
That's a lot of balls to juggle, and it's like I said, it's amazing to see how the cohesiveness is continuing to thrive and kind of elevate as time goes on. Quick follow-up question to that, because I'm just curious, but was there a card, and whether it was in Planetfall or the original Alpha set, a card that maybe you designed that you were like, I really love this, I want it in there, but it didn't make the cut for whatever reason, or you just decided like, I'm just gonna scrap it, or it doesn't fit in? Like, is there? I'm sure there are some out there, but is there one in particular you can tell us about?
Yeah, there is one with I mean, obviously it's not public because we didn't put it out there, but there was an Core card with this mech with it just had graffiti all over it. I don't know why, it felt right and it looked cool, right? But then after looking at the finished piece, it was like, yeah, this has nothing to do with Core. We just did it because it looked cool, so we had to scrap that. I went far enough to talk to Greg and be like, Greg, our writer, and be like, oh, maybe they use this type of graffiti for this and that. And he's like, that's like, you're really stretching this. Yeah, like I don't know how to justify graffiti on an Core make, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. So we had to scrap it. The mech did make it to the game, but with different textures, more in line with the Core book.
Okay, that's awesome. Don't tell us what the card was, because that's like some unreal trivia down the line at some point. So that's really
Yeah,
cool.
we can discuss that in a Comic-Con sometime.
Yeah, Rise asking if the Barcolian dogs are coming, or if those were ever designed at any point in time, but he's not on stage right now, so you don't have to answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the rules.
Oh,
Kick him. We have that power.
Orphan,
We
you want to
had
ask a
a
question?
What?
I said, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I want to ask Rye's question. How's the development of the Barcolians?
We had dogs. I'm trying to find them here, but they were universal though. Yeah, we have the howler. That's not enough.
We're greedy, man. We're as
we
greedy as they come.
We can paint them white and red and give you one of those, but
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's all you get,
I'm
right?
down.
You just get a howler painted red and white, and there's your Barcolian.
Yeah, we want graffiti howlers. We'll take graffiti howlers.
That's awesome.
No, for real though, Torty was saying that there was like Augencore crabs at one point. Is that true?
oh, how does he know that?
Like way back in the day. He says you mentioned it on the podcast.
There's inspiration from crabs, yeah. And there's something in development that resembles a crab, but Kalos was here before me. I don't know if he spilled the beans on something.
He definitely did not mention anything about crabs. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, yeah, big inspiration for Augencore are, guys, if you saw the like the mood boards that we have, it will make probably 0 sense because they are crabs, they are snakes. You're like, what does this have to do with Parallel? But yeah, sometimes it's just the material of the shell of the crab, or like this percentage of the shape that we see here. But yeah, there's something that is kind of crab looking down the pipe.
Nice. Is it going to be giant?
We have the turtle too, Nestor.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not getting anything more out of me. I
What?
already.
Oscar, you can kick
Unbelievable.
Orphan off stage.
You can't kick me, dude. I'm the king here.
That's awesome. I think that actually that like you mentioned, like the different inspiration, different animals, and like that sense of biomimicry and things like that. Like I've seen some of that shared, whether it's a certain ship that, is shaped like an animal in nature or something found in nature. Like, is that a pretty consistent, like a pretty common way of you finding inspiration for the designs that you create? Like, what drives Oscar Mar's mind when it comes to conceiving a new piece of art?
Yeah, I would say nature is a big part of it. Or even, news, like, depends on the faction, right? For example, for what was it? Unnatural selection, I think. It's the one with you see like brains coming out of this goo and getting, yeah, like being built and getting some barcodes on them. Sorry, I lost my train of thought because I was looking for it. Yeah, like that came from, I was reading an article about actual cloning from and the equipment they use and all that, and the kind of synthetics. What are the materials they use for their tools and all, and all that was relevant to the topic, and that inspired a lot of the visuals in that card. Obviously, they're not growing brains out of white goo, but the materials, the way the color of the light, the why things are positioned the way they are on the card, that came from real lab, like from an article of real life. So yeah, I would say it depends a lot of what the card needs to be. For Neutron Bomb, it was actually it came out of a flower, right? We in the card you see the open version of the bomb with the sun like the active bomb on top of it.
Yeah.
But the way it falls, it's actually mimicking a flower that exists in real life. That's something that probably no one will know ever, but that's what that's what inspired it, of how that specific flower opens and closes at night.
Yeah, that's so
Yeah.
sick. See,
Yeah.
that's so juicy, man. I appreciate you sharing that. And it seems like it's a very non-linear process, right? Like sometimes there's just no rhyme or reason to it. It's just I feel like that's what the creative spark is kind of like. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, and everyone on the art team works, we work similar in some ways, but everyone has their process as well. So we all look at different things. We just have to make sure that in the end things are cohesive. But everyone, yeah, I think Afro uses a lot of origami before designing ships, for example, and that's something that I just don't do, but it works for him and it works great. And yeah, you see the origami piece that he quickly made on his table, and then you see the final design for the ship, and it's like, yeah, I can definitely see the shape in there. That's crazy. I don't know how his brain works. Yeah, every artist has their own thing going on.
That's awesome. Mad Prof, go for it. As we've got about 10 minutes, and I know we have a giveaway here at the end, so I think we'll give Mad Prof and Pavel one last question. We'll be good.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna kind of go back a little bit to the cards, and talk about my favorite card of yours, which is actually your only Planetfall card, Spoils of War. I love that it brought in an alpha card and redesigned it, repurposed it for Planetfall. So I'm wondering if we're going to see more of that, where older cards get imagined as the conflict continues.
Yeah, that's something that we want to keep doing. We don't know if keeping this one is the exact same card, but with showing the aftermath of what happened. I don't know if we're gonna keep the exact same angle, lighting, everything, but we are definitely reusing, as of now, like with the current set that we're working on, we are reusing assets from previous cards just to keep that, the story going on, and so that the audience and the people can familiarize more with our world, and all the all the items that you see on other cards, because that's something that we also discuss internally. We have so many assets that we just show once, and that's something that we want to change, right? Yeah, that's just because the opportunity is there, and then so people can familiarize with, oh yeah, I recognize this item, or I recognize this piece of equipment. We can just show it in different states, how it looked before conflict, after conflict. So we are definitely doing it again. I don't know if to the extent of Spoils of War, where it's very, again, the same angle, lighting, everything. Maybe if it works for that, for a specific card, or for a certain card. But if not, we'll just change the camera a little bit, change the lighting, add a couple of elements there, so that it's still very much recognizable from previous cards.
Okay, but more like a little Easter egg, like, oh, if you remember this card.
Yeah. Like
Okay, well, thank
I'd
you.
love to see the knife of Memento again. being
Yes.
used, for example.
Oh, that would be. Is it not actually? Now that you say that, is that not the knife the mole has?
Let me see. I'm looking. We have so many images.
I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Is it the blue one or the
Um,
red one or the orange one?
no, I think that it was changed. Let me see. No, it's not the same. So we
Oh,
have to
it's not.
reuse it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to reuse that somewhere.
That would have been a really cool Easter egg. I do like that idea, though. I'd love to see Memento in action.
Yeah, we're trying to do that with the weapons. You know, that we see especially in Markolian sets. The rifles are always present on the troops. I think there's a couple of swords that we've shown several times. So yeah, we'll definitely keep doing that in the future.
Hell yeah. All right, great question, Matt.
Thank you.
That was a really good one. Pavel, you get to wrap this up with the last question, buddy.
You know, I do have a question, but as I was sitting here and listening to Oscar talk, I remembered some deep lore about Oscar, and I was wondering if you guys would like to hear it, because I think it's pretty interesting and cool.
Go for it.
So, this is something that Kalos said. I don't remember if he said this publicly or not, so I may be spilling tea I'm not supposed to, but he might have said it publicly. So in the early days of Parallel, when they were doing the pre-sale, they did not expect to raise $2 or $3 million worth of Ethereum to kick this off. So the pre-sale happened, and then for Kalos and Mr. Gone, there was this moment where he described it as it became very real for them, where they were like, "Oh, we were just doing this thing to be successful. Now, like we've done a raise, and now we've got like $3 million." And then they had to have a talk where it was, do we actually do this? Do we give all this back to people, or do we actually proceed forward with making a game? And the deciding factor, according to Kalos, was he was not going to pursue a game if Oscar Mar was not on board with continuing to do it. He would not do it without Oscar. So Oscar is literally the linchpin as to why Parallel exists today, because he agreed to continue on and keep making cards. So thanks to him, we have the wonderful thing we have today. Because if he hadn't agreed to continue on, Kalos said he wouldn't have done it. He would not have wanted to do this without Oscar. So that's some deep lore about Oscar.
Yeah, that's very true. And to add to that piece of lore, I was the one that in the beginning said no, and everyone like it's a long story of why I had said no. I just wanted I wanted it to be fair to everyone that was on the team at the moment, at that moment, sorry. And even I remember my wife was sitting next to me and she looked at me like, yeah, you need to. I was on the phone with Kalos. My wife was in front of me, and I was like, no, because of this and that. And my wife just like was throwing daggers at me with her eyes, like
really?
What are you talking about? Like, you guys made this thing. People like it. You like it. I'm like, you'll figure out that thing that you like the preoccupation that I had at the moment. She was like, dude, that's so easy to feel, like, just figure it out later. So and that with that I told Kalos, like, okay, you know what? Let's go for it. So it was a very intense, like 20-30 minutes on the phone with him. And yeah, after that,
wow,
they made me
That's
realize
incredible.
how silly I was being, and yeah, Parallel became a reality.
How does it feel that your wife basically made Parallel, and now Kalos is trying to sneak in and build robots to steal her away? That's kind of fucked up, honestly.
Oh yeah, I heard you're really worried about that.
It's scary, aren't you scared?
I don't know. No, I have a thing in my house. AI is not allowed, like through the door. It just
Nice.
deactivates.
Nice. Perfect.
Nice. Well, that is
Um,
some amazing juicy stuff, and I appreciate you sharing that. And I think again, it just goes to show that like there's so much more going on than what you just see when a final card is dropped in our plate, right? There's so many stories behind it. It's so nonlinear, and it's so cool to see the evolution of all of this. And I don't want to wrap this up, but I know that the Game Cellar team has some other stuff coming up as well. So
Well, Goldie, you're forgetting the giveaway.
oh, the giveaway! Thank you. We've got 1 minute. Okay. Do I just say the winner? Is that it?
I don't know how do you and Rye have it set up? Is he running a
No,
giveaway?
he already
We're giving
told
away-
us.
Oh, you
Yep,
have
we're
it?
giving away 11 Prime. Sorry, I've also got a bunch of chats going on. We're giving away 11 Prime, and we do have the winner. And the winner is Statement Guru, who also has the name N and the 2 parallel dashes Ved.
There you go.
N-Ved. I will post that in the group chat. That is our winner for this session for 11 Prime.
So yes, if you're here, please speak up.
Nice.
Hey, I dropped in to help out.
Oh, hey, Ryan.
Because if you're not here, we don't want to talk about the backup winner.
That's
yeah, the screen name's a little sussy wussy.
Here it is. Here it is. I got it posted.
Is the backup winner cock lover or something? What?
It's pretty close.
It's
pretty close.
You're not far off.
It's Orphan's alt.
Oh yeah, because that's me.
I agree with Matt Prof. It's definitely Orphan's alt.
It has to be. Well, we wait for them to confirm whether or not they're here. If they're not, we'll unfortunately move on to the next person. I just wanted to say, first of all, great to hear you, Oscar, and thanks for joining us, man. We really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's so at the beginning I was struggling with one of the answers because I didn't know if I was giving spoilers away, and I was like, oh no. So I got to check like all that has been public, but then I realized like, okay, this has been said before. So apologies for that hiccup at the beginning. I was like, oh no.
Yeah,
did
right,
I just mention like
yeah, right. Actually,
I thought
go ahead.
yeah, I thought I had talked about like another set and whatnot. I'm like, fuck. But no, we're good.
No,
We're
you
good.
know it. We will do our damnedest to try to get alpha out of you guys. So you have to be careful.
It's true.
Yeah, I know.
Tricksty
But no,
Hopkinses.
Mm-hmm. The
this
winner
was
confirmed.
fun. And
Sorry, Oscar. I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I was just saying the winner confirmed.
Nice.
But yes, glad to hear you guys had fun, and it was amazing to hear all this stuff. I didn't know half of this.
yeah, well, thanks, and also the same way Kalos mentioned that we had to. It was us together, or this wouldn't happen. I definitely say the same. Like I told that to him, Mr. Gunn. Like this just wouldn't work with anyone else. So huge props to them.
That's
yeah,
amazing.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks so much for sharing that. I think that's, again, something the community really appreciates hearing, and just being able to see a little bit of a glimpse of the relationships you've built with the other co-founders is really, really cool. And, there's not a lot of groups or games or things like that where the community gets a chance to learn more about the individuals behind the IP. So thanks for joining us, and congratulations again. Like, you guys are just so focused on delivering what's next. I always try to remind the guys to just like take at least one human moment to appreciate the work that you've done and what you're building for all of us, because it's been amazing. So congrats on hitting open beta, and just looking forward to whatever comes next.
Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone that was here listening. Again, I've said this in some of the videos. Like, we really hope that you guys enjoy this as much as we enjoy creating it for everyone. So thank you, and yeah, talk to you guys soon again.
Sounds good. Thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
We'll see you guys in the chats, I'm sure. We'll shift on over.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much again for putting this together, you guys. And that was a lot of fun. And thanks to Pavel and Mad Prof for the awesome questions.
Everyone,
yeah, of course. It was wonderful to be here.
Everyone did a great job. What do we got up next, Ryan? What's the next panel?
Oh, that was so good. Yeah, so we have a Prime Lords discussion, if you will, hosted by the one and only Nan. Rumor has it, Nan has been preparing for this conversation for weeks now. He's told me in private he has so many questions for his co-hosts. And he's definitely not winging it. He's been very excited to host this, and it's really great to see. So Nan is going to be joined by fellow EPs, Cold Plunge, and Meta Regular. They're going to walk us through user acquisition and retention in terms of strategy on the Echelon Foundation.
So this is the Chungus section. This is the big boy.
Big Chungus.
The big Chungos.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
that
if you
want
to
boring, I should stick around.
Yeah, stick around, Pavel. Let's get these guys. Oh, there he is.
Ooh.
Oh, dude. Presentation win.
Yeah, so firstly, we're just going to talk about all sorts of stuff. So that the whole strategy of acquisition and retention, I don't think that's going to be happening much.
Oh.
What about synergy?
No, we're going to talk about... Yeah. Oh, okay.
No.
If there's not a synergy report, I'm gonna fucking lose it, man. I'm about to go crazy.
When synergy. All right, we'll get out of your hair, guys. Have fun, and we'll see you on the other side.
All right, thanks, guys.
Later, gents.
Thank you, Red.
This is an incredible
Hey,
amount of
hey, cool.
trust that they're leaving us with.
I know, but it's
We
good
got
to be
1
here.
hour, 1 hour to kill here.
No,
Buckle up.
45 minutes. 45 minutes. We have
Buckle up.
45 minutes.
You
And
can't keep getting
these
away
guys,
with
the two of
it.
these guys, Meta and Cold, are two of the original EPs. And we're going to talk about Prime today. And I guess I'll just kick it off with what makes Prime, guys. And also, if you want to introduce yourselves for those who may not know you. Unlikely, though.
Yeah, I think Prime is what it is because it has the same name as Logan Paul KSI beverage. No, I'm just kidding. I think and we had in our brief prep before this, I think we had said I would just go a little bit into like very basic overview of what exists now. And then hopefully we're going to try to spend most of the conversation talking about stuff that's coming up.
Right. Yeah, sure. Cold.
So they
All
cold
right.
just rug.
Cold is right. He's gone. He's out cold. Meta, do you want to start?
Sure,
You want to
sure.
start?
So,
All right. Let's go.
Hey guys, this is Meta Regular. Maybe as an intro, I've been a long time community member. So I've sort of seen everything sort of evolve over time, and it's actually really incredible to sort of finally be here. I mean, I was a participant, like I guess in the pre-sale. I was like, I had like with the fellow econers prior, like setting up spreadsheets to figure out what the payback period was for auctioning the auctions for the masterpieces, and then to be like finally here at open beta with like just sort of such a vibrant community, I think is sort of great, and it's just the beginning. So I'm excited with like the ambassador program. sort of where the marketing kicks off and where this thing starts to go. So yeah, but yeah, like I guess like maybe to speak about Prime. I mean, obviously like Prime, I think is like I don't know, like it's such an important integral piece to why we're here and how everything sort of sets up. It's essentially like the lifeblood. It's like the sort of oil of our system. And yeah, I think Prime, we sort of have to be stewards of it. I mean, that's sort of the job of Echelon, but like also within the community, like we're trying to figure out ways, think through ways of like how to optimize using it, spending it, giving it out, and having it so like a circular ecosystem where it's abundant.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, cool. Yep.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Awesome. Thank you for clutching up there, Meta. I don't know where exactly I cut off, but yeah, that's a good framing. And I think I don't know if I said this already, and I'm saying it again, but I think we want to just briefly touch on where Prime is right now, but I think we want to spend majority of this conversation talking about where we're going and what's coming up for Prime and for the ecosystem, because it's what gets us excited. I think it's probably going to be what's more exciting for people listening, especially since probably majority of the people in here have already read through the wiki and know the basics, right? So that's at least where I'd like this extremely prepared conversation to go as we discuss. But yeah, I think just very briefly to ground us in like some things that are interesting about Prime that we all know about are, I think one is that it's a fixed supply token, and I think two, another interesting aspect of it is the gameplay pool. Because if you just go and you're looking at the supply of Prime and what's circulating, it's just looking at CoinGecko or whatever it is, I think that the numbers can be a little bit deceiving, especially if you're someone who's new to the ecosystem. And I think a big part of that is because of this massive pool of tokens that are essentially locked forever, in that the size of the pool, of the gameplay pool, is really intended to stay the same or grow over time. And so we've been seeing emissions from gameplay being turned up over time gradually, and we just got another boost here going into open beta, and that's awesome, and hopefully it gets players more excited, and people can start sharing cool screenshots about their earnings. But really what we're super focused on is the other side of that, and like fueling that pool. So that's a lot of what our job is centered around, is just making sure that that balance stays there. And I think that, yeah, having that focus on continuing to replenish the pool and ensure that people are actually using Prime is like a really big part of what gets us excited.
Right. And also, I just want to bring it back a little bit, Cold and Meta. And I wanted to ask you guys, in summary, like, what are the pillars of this Prime economy, just so that we can move the conversation forward with a bit of structure for people who may not be that tuned in or are new here. So what are the pillars of this the Prime economy in general?
I would say like it is the sort of circular nature of this of the sort of sinks turning into the gameplay pool, as well as the sort of like symbiotic relationship of the original, or sorry, of the main studio Parallel, and the I guess the not the rev show, the sort of value capture of Glints to Prime. I think those are sort of two major pieces. So to speak to, I guess, like the circular nature of Prime, obviously we're sort of in this like funny period right now, where we're sort of tail end of tail end of like closed beta. You know, the community that's been here has been sort of part of the community, has been part of the ecosystem for a while now. They've sort of accumulated this Prime. Prime is like, I guess like, to not go into price, is doing well, and so people are realizing, hey, this stuff is quite valuable because it sort of represents like their collecting experience, their sort of their time within, you know, the Discord, bartering with players, with other players, and acquiring these cards. And so it's sort of this like valuable resource. And you know, we're seeing this point where, you know, people, it's scarce enough that people are guarded with it and they want to hold it, right? And at the same time, like, we also are entering into this stage where the game is opened up, and the majority, or like the large amount of Prime within the gameplay pool is going to be starting to be distributed not to necessarily the collectors, but to the players. And so they will hopefully be sort of spending it on the syncs that will improve their gameplay experience, improve their ability to earn more Prime. So we're in this sort of like sort of a bit of a transition period. So I'm quite excited to see, you know, like right now, closed beta, I think we're at like around 12,000 holders. But, you know, if we were to assume that there's going to be more than 12,000 players, you know, this number of Prime holders is going to go up as more people enter, as more people play, as more people earn Prime. So that's quite exciting. And maybe I'll toss it over to Cold if he wants to address the Glint relationship.
Yeah, I think what you said is super on point. Not too much to add, honestly, but other than just to kind of capture what you said, I think a lot of it just comes back to utility, because Nate had asked about what are the core tenets of Prime, and I think that's always been at the centerpiece for us. And I mean, it's the reason why we the token launched with utility, right? With autographs and payload, and that was important to us because if Prime is sitting around, we're not doing our job. And so we wanted to make sure that the token was born into the world with a purpose, and just continuing to expand that purpose in the things that you can use it for. And yeah, like you said, now that we're entering open beta, and so much of the utility for Prime ties back into Parallel and improving the gameplay experience, we are at this inflection point now. And I think maybe a little bit later we'll get into some of the more specific ways which that utility is really ratcheting up in the short term, with things like echoes and card sharing and bonds and all that stuff. But yeah, I'd say that is the most core principle of Prime is utility, and always adding more and more things that make it valuable and that you can use it for.
Right. Another thing that I wanted to ask you guys is, so tokens in this space are typically user acquisition tools in so much that they're given away in airdrops and such, and people farm them, but those users aren't sticky per se. For me personally, collecting Prime was a lot of fun. You know, we had a lot of fun in Econ and generally Discord and all. But do you guys think Prime has managed to acquire a more loyal user base than is typical in this space?
I think so.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, like I don't know what it is that sort of makes us feel so connected. I mean, I think it's just the quality of the project, right? I think it boils down to that. I mean, we're seeing the sort of hard work that the team is sort of put forth in the game that they're creating, like, and it's ever growing too. Like they're never happy. Like we see a really cool video, and then like they share another one, and it just keeps getting better and better. So it's hard not to sort of see that and feel like you know, you want to do more and you want to be a part of it. So I think like that's you know, you have to give kudos to the studio for you know, creating such a great sort of project that everyone can rally behind. So I would say that it absolutely is stickier, right? Like it sort of represents sort of our commitment to this project, as well as the excitement of playing the game and like what's ahead.
Right. I do think the distribution mechanism here, I do think that also played a role in making it fun. Like I said, whether it was caching, right? I mean, the whole exercise of collecting different cards and then building, sets with them, and then having different rarities within those sets, and then calculating what your set was going to get eventually, and then also the EADs, the prime events at the time. So those, I personally feel like the activities, the way they were planned, also played a big role in making the whole process fun. And because it happened over such a long period of time, I feel like coupled with the fact that the project is like a AAA project, we all love the space and we all love the game, we all love the art, we all love the cards even before there was a game. So I think that coupled with the fact that the whole distribution process engaged the community over a period of more than a year, I think that played a big role in convincing and adding that conviction and also keeping people engaged. Do you guys think that kind of experience is going to be carried forward with future activities and such? Do you guys think that is even possible?
Yeah, I'd hope so. I think, I mean, you can't put lightning in a bottle or whatever the saying is, and we'll never be where we were. I mean, I think it was a really unique time. It wasn't just the collecting and sort of the gamification of the ecosystem, but I think it was also stuff like this, like what we're doing right now, and collecting a card and seeing all the transaction volumes happening on OpenSea and stuff, and then just being able to hop into Discord and chat with Kalos or Mr. Gon or anybody else. And so I think that a lot of the community building comes from that, and just being able to like design cool incentives throughout the process. So I think that as long as like that is preserved, that closeness between builders and community members, and also always introducing gamification and cool incentives for whatever else is released. I think that hopefully we can continue to keep that going, because you're right, it is a really important part.
Right. In the chat, Agent K asked a couple of questions. I'm going to read out one of them at least, and you guys can and take a shot at it. So Agent K asked, what is the current initiative taking point for Echelon in terms of growing the ecosystem? Or is it focus on polishing the current sinks and emission loops? I think what he means to ask is, are we focused on growing the ecosystem or focusing on polishing the sinks and emissions?
I think it's always both, but maybe this is a good point to maybe start to talk about some of the things that are being polished at the moment, and things that we're working on, because I think there are a lot of components that are out there, but that haven't really reached their full potential yet. A great example of that is Echoes. So I don't know, Nate, if it makes sense, do we want to get into that a little bit here? Or I don't know, Meta, if you had something more specific to add for that specific question.
No, just roll with it. I mean, yeah. Tell them about Echoes, and I'll jump in later with some, I guess, a different interpretation of the question.
Cool. Yeah. So I think maybe a lot of you guys saw the blog post that came from CL and Parallel with the release of Open Beta, and there was one teeny little paragraph in there that talked about this upcoming change to Echoes. And for the one or two people who don't know, Echoes are the names of cards that have been replicated from the OG Parallel NFT cards, so like the PLs, the FEs, SEs. And if you go and check on the old trusty Prime bot on the Echelon Discord, .prime sync, you'll notice that there really hasn't been that much action in the Echoes sync relative to a lot of the other ones. And I think for anybody that was here 2 years ago now and read the original Prime proposal and Echelon white paper, I think that was a really novel piece of innovation, and it was something that got me really excited. And so, but essentially, all that's been holding it back until now is the price, because right now you can buy the base, the sets on base, like a full deck. There's relatively there are ways to accumulate cards through payload and other vehicles, and so a cost change to Echoes that actually makes it competitive and makes it, in a lot of cases, hopefully a cheaper option than everything else that exists, is like a really big inflection point. And so yeah, as the player base scales, I expect, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think that in a year or 2 or 3 from now, Echoes are going to be top of the leaderboard when it comes to Prime that's been sunk. And making them actually cost feasible is the first step in that process, and that's coming very soon. I heard a rumor maybe next week.
I mean, I think there's like, sorry, Matt, go on. Yeah.
No, I was just going to sort of take the conversation a different way. I mean, I think like in terms of like, I guess the question was like, are we polishing or are we building? And I think the question, the answer is both. I think the interesting part is that like we're in this phase where Parallel is just like churning out like very game specific syncs, right? And some of them are like ways to flex your status. Others like improve or upgrade upgrade your cards from apparitions to NFTs, getting new cards. Like these are like awesome syncs for Parallel. And I think like for how like Echelon is starting to think about syncs is like, what are the sort of things that bind and bring together these sort of gaming experiences. And so our syncs are like sort of like companions to the game syncs. Like we're learning that sort of making modifications or requesting modifications within the game system is like difficult because of how like I guess like the game development is quite quite complex, and there's a lot of moving parts. So when we think about syncs, we're thinking about things that are additive to the ecosystem. So they run sort of in tandem, and they sort of allow players to experience the games different ways. So what we're obviously that's been we're going to go through it in a bit more detail tomorrow and in the Bonds chat. But like obviously Bonds is a way for us to finally share cards with amongst each other. One of the things that Parallel, well, Fitch and the Echelon team spoke about earlier this week was like the game studio is like really interested in like how do we get more cards into other players' hands, and Bonds is one of these ways. And so it allows players to coordinate. It allows you to like get sort of more value from the cards that you've been collecting, and it also will allow the cards also are like they're sort of like a binder as well in terms of like bringing people together. So when you form the bonds, like there's like a sort of next level step where you're going to start to see bonds really coordinating. There'll probably be like bond specific tournaments. There'll be bond specific ladder boards. And it's really going to take on a different feel from what we currently have, which is more of like a sort of a one-on-one system. So I think that like bonds is one piece. Obviously, the marketplace is another piece where we want to sort of funnel people to. This is the marketplace is something that like is a work in progress. A lot of it is we're getting more cards over to base. I think one of the improvements that I think we're going to start to look into very soon is like the claim process. So right now, Prime is emitted to players for gameplay, and it just sort of appears in their wallet on base, and they don't know what there's no sort of call to action when they receive it. And I think what we're going to start to do is basically have people come to the marketplace to claim the Prime, and sort of introduce them to exclusives on the marketplace that they can purchase. Give them syncs on the marketplace that they can use as they claim it, and get them more sort of like in the habit of coming to the marketplace, claiming their Prime on their game earnings, and sort of using it within the system. And then likewise, like I think that there's some comments in chat, like people want to keep their Prime. Of course, like this is something that we've all worked hard at sort of accumulating. And so I think that there's probably got to be some sort of like system where we're recognizing the community members that are not only earning it but as well as spending it. So I would love to see like some sort of rewards program for people that actually sync Prime, and are actively.
You would love
Yeah.
to see such a program, or you're working on such a program?
Well, I don't want to sort of like don't hold me to anything, but yeah, I would love to see like Prime, recognition for Prime, people spending Prime, and giving them the ability to like earn more Prime because they're spending it, and giving them a feeling that it's abundant, right? Like if you spend it, you'll get more. It's much more of like a different feeling than sort of holding on to it and sort of coveting it.
Right. Thanks for the details, Matt. I mean, I know you're going to be talking about bonds tomorrow as well. Before I bring it back to another big picture thing, just going to ask repeat a question somebody asked in the chat. They're asking that we went from a protective approach to letting people figure out what the market price should be for echoes. Are there any protections in place to step in if the supply does rise too fast? I just add here that Fall isn't here, and I think he is probably the best person to answer. But Matt Cole, if you want to answer it.
Sorry, the price of the echoes rising too fast. I mean, it's basically
if the supply
like
rising too fast. Sorry, he's saying if the supply rises too fast, do you have any protection in place? And also he's asking us going from a protective approach to letting people figure out what the price should be. Is it change?
So the protection of it, rising too fast is basically the cost of Prime, right? So
yeah,
it's essentially like a Dutch auction where, or it's supposed to function like a Dutch auction. Right now, the floor price of a replication is the market's saying it's too high and no one's using it. But when it gets lower, you will mint that echo, and that will trigger an increase in the price of that echo, right? So the subsequent minter will have to pay a higher price in order to mint it. I mean, this is like different.
Just like for a little bit more context too. So the answer is that it didn't actually. There hasn't actually been a pivot because the price isn't just getting set as one fixed price. There is still a demand-based component to the pricing. Really, the big change that's coming now is just this massive slash to the current starting prices, but there are still going to be supply and demand-based dynamics that affect the price. So, yeah, the initial theory behind the system is still in place. It's just chopping that initial price tag to actually make it viable for the first time.
Right. It's probably accurate to say that the whole ecosystem is being monitored actively and probably will have adjustments being made to it, right?
Absolutely.
Especially at this stage. Right. Okay. So I want to take it back to a big picture thing since we are in the last 15 minutes of this panel. So I personally see Echelon as having potential akin to, let's say, the App Store or the PlayStation Store or the Xbox, where game developers are incentivized to launch, quality offerings to a loyal user base that is hungry for those kind of games, right? So I feel like ultimately our users here at Echelon have an appetite for, let's say, AAA games after having, played Parallel and such. And they know NFTs. They're comfortable with the nuances of Web3 gaming. So whether it's collecting NFTs, whether it's constructing meaningful collections, whether it's merging them, interacting with them, enhancing them, engaging with syncs and such. Do you guys think there is a future where Echelon is like a key player in the Web3 gaming space akin to those stores, firstly? And secondly, do you guys monitor the space for potential games and up and coming things to integrate into the ecosystem? And is that like a long-term vision for us to aim toward and materialize?
Sorry, just to clarify, your question is, are we monitoring other games?
Yeah, and also do we see Echelon as having the potential to be like I said, the App Store or the PlayStation Store, or the Xbox Store, where developers are incentivized because of the player base?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that like this is something that we we talk about all the time, and it's just
They don't
trying
know
to
that.
find the right. This
Right.
is something that just trying to find the right fit, right? Like so, there's balances that need to. We're still trying to figure this out. So there's like the sort of building wide. I think that's like what you see with a lot of these sort of gaming app chains. Like they basically go wide, right? They don't actually they don't actually necessarily are too discerning on like what games are coming on. They also have this sort of huge supply of like basically marketing treasury that they can provide their games. Just here's like 2 million X token and build with us, right? And so they're not necessarily caringly. They just want to get the more titles on the chain. On the other side, I think that there's even sort of like a sort of underlying thread within our community. It's like, Parallel sort of represents something, right? Like it represents like quality, it represents like good IP, it represents sort of like good utility, and so there's like a respect there, right? And so we sort of are trying to figure out what that is, and in terms of like what is the appropriate partners, and I guess like to sort of highlight, like it's not like we're not we've had not to disclose too much, but we have had multiple conversations with other game studios over the past like year and a half of onboarding new games, and it's just trying to find the right right fit. But we
Any
have
game that we may have heard of? Sorry, any game that we may have heard of or know?
you trying to get us in trouble here, Nate?
The answer is yes.
The answer is absolutely yes. Everyone's heard
Let
it,
him cook.
but
Let him cook
we
now.
we can't disclose.
Yeah, it has been though. I will say in terms of like, there was a question about like, is Echelon competing with the likes of Immutable and Ronin and stuff like that, and it is somewhat related to this bigger picture of like being a broader ecosystem. I think that one thing that's amazing about the ecosystem we have right now is that it can't be forked, and so I think that we're absolutely focused on getting the most out of what currently exists in the ecosystem, and being as closely tied to Parallel as we can. And I think that has been a focus now. But yeah, when it comes to expanding and adding other games under the umbrella, it's been a learning process for sure. And I think like Meta was saying, with some of the discussions we've had over the last year, we've made a lot of progress in terms of distilling a formula that can be more plug and play as if and when new games do start to join the ecosystem. And so yeah, I think obviously we haven't been adding titles left and right like some of these other ecosystems have. We are taking a more considered and careful approach, I would say, to expanding the titles. But that formula is getting more distilled, and I think that yeah, we're close to a system that could start to have more of an appeal to other games than we ever have been before.
I'll also add that, like, there's multiple ways of adding titles. Like, there's the sort of scattershot method, as I mentioned before, but then there's also the sort of cultivation of sort of the studio that we are working with. And so obviously, like everyone knows, Colony is up next. That's like Title 2. I think that there's also this opportunity where and Mr. Gunn has sort of highlighted this, on podcasts or streams that he's done in the past. But like, there's the IP, the Parallel IP is something that like the studio is still, they want to get it right, and they want to sort of tell their story, and sort of have curate that. But then at some point, he has mentioned like opening up that sandbox for the community, right? And I think like when that time arrives, I would imagine that the sandbox gets opened up to the community, the sort of IP and all the pieces get turned over, and we can start to create titles from within. So I think that there's, again, we're still in like the very early stages. Prime has like, I think we're on the 1-year anniversary of Prime now. So it's like we're literally just inning one, and as it develops, I think that there's many ways of sort of building this out. So I think that there's we see a lot of the playbook. Everyone's got that. What's Web3 Steam? We don't have to necessarily do that. That's one sort of like playbook, and I think that there, with the sort of quality, with the sort of way that Parallel's been building, like we can be creative, and we can also be patient.
Right. And Meta, as you leaked that we do talk to a lot of game studios. Is that what you said? Is that true?
Yes, we do.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'm imagining that they like the Prime ecosystem. They like what the ecosystem has to offer, right? The pillars, like you said, the formula, like Cole said, and the people and the users, right? So if we have all of those things we do have all of those things, is there a future where Echelon becomes a sort of publisher itself and starts making its own games?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Why don't you take that question? What do you think? It's such a good question. It's good that you thought about it. Why don't you tell us what you think?
No. So the question is, and it's for the two of you. Like I said, so the game studios, they want you just made me forget it, Cole. So the game studios, obviously they like the Prime ecosystem, right? And I'm saying now that we have the ecosystem, we have the people, we have the community, the loyal user base, is there a future where Echelon could become a publisher of sorts and make our own games?
Yeah, I think a lot is on the table right now, and we were all did a IRL hangout a couple weeks ago in Toronto, and it was really nice to sit in a room together, kind of like getting our cabin fever up and just dreaming big for a couple days straight, drinking unlimited coffees. And so I think that right now there are a lot of possible futures. There are one or two compelling approaches, I think, that seem most likely for like the direction that we're going to go. And I think in all of those scenarios, it absolutely involves expanding beyond the games that exist right now. I think Bu has presented some of his own ideas as to like what it could look like if Echelon were to publish its own game, and I think there is potential there, but yeah, I wouldn't say that there is that there is complete finality in terms of the like exact way that that the Echelon ecosystem expands, but there is consensus that it will. And so that's a very vague answer, but I don't know. That's the way I look at it.
Man, that's super exciting. Very, very excited to hear these things, guys, as in Total Outsider. So do you guys have any last words on the topic of Prime before I announce a giveaway winner that Rai has forced me to do?
I would say that there's more syncs than I think we've sort of mentioned. There's a couple that we've been working with sort of on the back burner that we can't necessarily announce. We have to sort of allow the studio or the teams that are building them to announce. But things are sort of lining up with I guess key milestones that are coming up. So yeah, we will see a couple of other redacted syncs come online that I think will get people excited. I guess maybe the third piece to that is the tournament app, which I think we had tweeted out that is going to be turned over to the community soon. I think we're really we're getting close to that as well, and so the ability for smaller groups of friends to organize sort of single elimination tournaments, the ability for bonds to have internal tournaments, and this is separate from the tournaments within the game. This is more of like a more community focused tool, more loose. I think these things will sort of help again. The role of like what an echelon sync is versus what a parallel sync is, like just sort of augmenting that gaming experience.
Yep, I think that's big facts. Yeah, so it would just echo more syncs coming, updates to existing syncs like we already went into with Echoes, and then Meta mentioned the tournament app. There's obviously also the in-game tournaments for Prime that are coming soon as well, and I think Kalos was talking about that earlier. I think that's very soon, TM. The only other thing I can think of that we haven't really touched on yet, that's something about Prime, is we are in the final innings of determining and executing the plan for related to the credit card purchases of Glints, and then how that funnels back into the Prime ecosystem. I know we get questions about that all the time in Discord. Just know that we have been focused on finally getting that implemented, and so we're hopefully pretty soon we'll start to see some of that love from the Web 2 side of the game funnel back into the Web 3 side. And I mean we're almost there. So just hold on a little bit longer, not too much longer anymore.
Cold, will some of that include forgiving all of my credit card debt that I've used to spend on Glints? I've got about 15 grand just sitting there at like 20% interest, and it'd be cool if some of that sunk back into forgiving my balance.
Yeah, if you go and drop another 15 grand in it today, we'll actually double it and send it back to you.
Let's go.
So
that's a deal.
That should get you covered. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna announce the giveaway winner, and then I'm gonna thank the two legends here. As per Rai's message, we will do another giveaway if you guys want to announce it. Okay. Winner receives 11 Prime and needs to comment in chat if they are present. The name of the winner is actually I'm not sure if I can pronounce the name, but their handle is Andrian Photo. I'm gonna type it out here. If they are here in the chat, please confirm. You can tag, respond back, or reply, or DM Rai, for example. you will win 11 Prime, which is a good prize. Very good prize.
Very good prize.
Very
Only
good.
the
If you are
best.
not,
Only the best.
if you're not in the stream, Cold, you also added a 30 Prime to the
Yeah,
first.
is that
pack,
accounted
right?
for yet? Is the 33 prime? Have we given that away? How,
I think
Orphan,
Orphan has it.
please advise.
I don't know.
Orphan has it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just chilling.
You guys need help?
Rise the
It
prize,
sou-
man.
It sounds like Nane needs help here.
No, I don't need help. I'm waiting for the winner to claim his prize. I even
Cold,
have a
yours is
backup winner.
accounted for. Yours is accounted for.
Oh, right, because it was the winner of the prime key. Right. Yeah. Okay, true. Word.
All right.
All good.
Well, it seems like the winner is not in the chat unless they have confirmed.
I'm not
So
seeing.
I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it.
Let's go with option number 2 then.
option number 2 is the backup winner, whose name is iameni.eth is their domain. So if amen is in the chat, claim.
I.eth.
Amen.
Wow, that's way more wholesome than cock lover, which was our last backup winner.
We tried to skim right past that one, but we couldn't. I'm not seeing this person either.
I'm seeing dot rerolls in the chat.
Reroll.
Who picked the winners?
Wait, how long do we?
Who picked the winners?
How long should we wait? So these are pulled from the repost, right?
Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll give let's say 15 more seconds.
All right.
And then I already have another one ready. Okay.
All right. About to keep winning.
If the third one's not here, then let's just do like a chat command or something.
Okay. We could do that. All right. I just sent the third to you guys. I don't want to steal your thunder. You know, you're the host and all.
Yeah, sure.
Hey,
Sure.
You guys were doing a good job pumping the bags. So
Thank you. I
Ryan,
also
gonna
just bought a bunch of glints too. So thank you for that advice, Cold.
nice.
Yep.
Great.
Official
Don
advice is
Cole.
go into heavy debt. Remortgage everything you've
Cash
got.
is trash.
Clip that.
That's financial advice.
Clip it. All right. Good to go, Nan. Give it a roll, man.
All right. I guess the third winner or the second backup winner is Mr. House.
Nice. I think
their-
I've seen them.
Mr. House.
I'm pretty
Their
sure I've seen
handle
them.
is Mr. Robert House.
Mr. Robert House.
If
Oh,
Mr. Robert
there
House
he is. Yep, we're good.
in
We're
the
good.
chat.
Nice.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Hey,
Big W. Congrats.
We're about to be
Amen.
Guys, thanks so much for being here. That was a
thanks
fun
for
one.
having us. Yeah, this has been awesome. Y'all are crushing it as usual.
Appreciate
We
y'all.
did nothing. We were doing the work.
Oh my God.
Y'all been pushing it, but they weren't even here.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
get
Thanks
this
a
man
lot,
off
Cole.
the stage.
Hey, I'm Nan. I have this question for you guys. Can you talk?
That
Okay,
is
cool.
true.
Good
Next
job,
question.
everyone. Next question.
That's how we do it. I learned from the
Wow.
best. I learned
You
from
did great.
Rye, sipping coffee.
You did great at pointing out the alpha, though.
Yeah, that was some good alpha digging.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
For sure. No,
Well,
and
gents.
I also wanted to thank Meta and Cold, and they are the OG EPs.
Yes.
Very cool guys to work with, and they were really nice always, even when I was not an EP. So they're generally good people. And that's how much I got paid for saying all of this.
I ran out of words.
I ran out of words.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you, Ryan Orphan, for having us and organizing this. This is tons of fun. Every time you guys do this, it's a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Our pleasure, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for making it special too. All right. Well, we'll take like a quick 8-minute intermission. We've been doing this for several hours now, so we have our next panel coming up. We'll introduce the next 2 panels.
Yeah.
And then we'll get back here in just a second. But
What-
you got it up, Orphan?
Yeah, what are the next 2 panels there, right?
We have a Simp 101 session coming. No, oh sorry,
Nice.
that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
How to take appealing feet pics.
Yeah, exactly. The next game sync coming up, as they were teasing. So you can definitely look forward to that. No, we have growing your audience conversation with the one and only Allie Strasza. Y'all know her. Cosmonauts.
The Strasmonauts.
Strasmonauts. Tyler's going to be here too, and Deathsie. So I'm really, really looking forward to hearing their feedback on, all the things that they've been doing over the years to grow their channels and communities.
How to farm Twitter effectively.
Dude, that is a thing.
Everyone needs it.
Our method is pure troll.
Yeah.
But there are several other ways of going about it.
Yeah, this Twitter farm is mine, but there are many like it.
Exactly.
Well, and especially we've been feeling kind of the bull market, the spring breeze of the bull market coming through.
It's heating up, dude.
And that's how we're famous. We just started shit posting in 21, became absolute all-stars, gods of the game, famous.
Your absolute favorite.
And so
that's it.
Anything to increase your audience as an influencer is welcome. And also it pumps the bags, right? The more people playing Parallel, the more content that's out there, like the bigger the ecosystem gets, and then everyone gets dummy rich.
Your bags are our bags.
Yes.
So mutually beneficial.
Yeah.
But so then we have, following that session, a live coaching right here in the Discord with Muka and Cobra of Exile, and then Mr. Kavak of Devmons. So if you are new to the game, or you want to get inside the head of these technical legends and just see what goes through the nuance of making certain decisions during gameplay, you should definitely stick around for that. You can come in. We're actually going to switch from stage to voice chat, so it will be free form, and you can dive in. You can ask any question that you have for those guys.
And they know a lot.
They know a lot.
Those are some high tier players to have in that coaching. So
Muka said he's going to turn me into a master. Okay.
Really?
That's what he said.
Bader?
He said, yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, kind of crazy that he said that. It was in the DMs, so maybe I shouldn't have outed him.
A little off the reservation thing.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no to a good time. What is that? What is that movie where with like Freddie Prinze with the nerdy chick that he turns into like the hot chick?
Oh, not another teen movie?
No, same era though.
Oh.
Is it no? It's
not. Unauthorized
Mech
at the same wavelength there.
She's all that.
She's all
AGK.
that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm like Muka's. She's all that.
That's awesome. Do you?
I gotta start wearing glasses.
You paint and wear glasses and.
Yeah. I gotta start wearing like a bowl cut
and like grab your arm and like hunch over and be all insecure, and then Freddie Prinze comes along and then. Whoosh.
I'm just a bronze. I'm just a bronze loser.
I'm just a bronze. I play Mercolian. And then turns,
I play vehicles.
Shirt off. Now I play Tane.
Only Tane. 40-40 deck Tane. How does he do it?
Oh, good gravy.
We actually don't know. We actually are not sure. Yeah, so I'm gonna be that, I think.
Nice.
I'm gonna be hot. Parallel hot.
Hot parallel summer, baby.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Well, we got 4 minutes. You want to like take a little intermission here and get settled for the next one?
Sure. I mean, we can filibuster. We're good at that, or we could just take a little quick break and.
We got hands up. Let's get people on stage. Let's set it up. Deathsie's here.
Yeah, let's
fucking
roll
go.
into it.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Speaking of hot, like that, you just got to whisper everything.
Deathsie, what up?
Hey, good morning, team. Deathsie reporting for duty. How are y'all doing?
What up?
So good. Are you you're on the other side of the world right now, joining us at the crack ass of dawn?
Yep, it is at 3 a.m. for me here in Bangkok, Thailand. It's an absolute pleasure to catch you guys.
Bro,
what a legend.
That's crazy. Did you wake up or are you just still up?
I actually just woke up, so my sleep schedule's been pretty terrible. I was just in Los Angeles.
Holy.
I was just in Los Angeles for 2 weeks.
Oh, how was that though?
Okay.
It was fantastic. I actually stayed here at Allie's place. So I was there for a week. So Allie and we were spending a whole week together, and it's been incredibly enriching to catch her for after a really, really long while.
That's
her in her house.
awesome.
That's fun.
Wow, Allie, thanks for our invite.
You suck.
Yeah.
Hey, next time you guys are in LA, just let me
Alright,
know,
cool.
and you guys can stay at the house too.
Cool. Sounds
Dude,
good.
Nice.
fantastic. A once in a lifetime opportunity, to be honest. So thank you so much, Allie, once again.
Hey, Tyler's in the building.
What up, brother?
It's
What up? Good to be here, man. Good to be
Wait,
here.
are you all friends?
We are friends.
We are
Oh,
friends.
that's so good.
We've been friends for about 6 or 7 years now, actually.
No
we've been at
way,
Hearthstone.
way longer, dude. Way longer.
Longer, actually. Actually, maybe 8 years.
About
9
about
years,
8,
or
I'd say.
what?
Yeah.
8
Wow.
years, okay.
So
That's like
good.
before the internet.
Actually,
Yeah, what were you playing back then? What games?
Hearthstone.
Okay, got it.
I remember 8 years ago, back when AI couldn't steal my wife.
Yeah, what the hell, man? It's dangerous now.
Yeah, now it's scary
Real
out
in the
there.
streets. Yeah.
oh, it's only beginning, my friends. It's only beginning.
I know. It's so wild.
Look,
Well,
the
okay.
secret is having an AI wife instead.
Yo,
Yeah,
that's next
it's
level.
the framing, dude. You have to shift the narrative.
It's a new era.
Hmm Exactly. Well, welcome, you guys. I know we're like a minute early, but like you're all here. Let's just do it.
Yeah. Do it.
Let's dive in. We're excited to have you. We have an hour set up to just chat, hang, but really get inside your heads in terms of how you've all built your communities, your channels, and just share a lot of that knowledge with everyone listening. So we're excited to dive in with you.
Perfect.
Why-
Well, we are here for you guys today. We are very excited. Parallel has been an absolutely fantastic sort of development at this point in time. I think that the card game world is very lackluster. You know, we've all been sort of let down by Hearthstone. Like for me, I've been let down by Magic the Gathering, time and time again. Consistency in our games haven't really been there. You know, some sets are good, some sets are bad. But the only real consistency is that we're just constantly being let down, you know? So so Parallel, really excited for Planetfall coming up in the coming months. And I think that that you guys and the core Parallel team have been absolutely fantastic. We've been really excited by the sort of passion that we've seen from the team. And, you know, everything is kind of above board, above table. So really happy with everything at this point in time, even though we don't even know what like the Planetfall cards are going to be doing in the coming future.
Yeah. What is it like, speaking to those consistent disappointments, maybe to flip it into a positive, like what is the area of opportunity here for Parallel that kind of answers that sort of emotional need that you're not getting with other TCGs at the moment?
Okay,
Honestly-
so yeah, sorry, Allie. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, honestly, for me, I think a big one is community. Like, when we were just talking about that right there, I was trying to pinpoint to the shift and like what changed. And honestly, I feel like COVID like was a big deal, and that like it stopped a lot of like in-person tournaments and stuff like that. And I feel like Parallel has this opportunity to like bring people back together in the TCG space where we've been in a bit of a desert. And I don't know. I feel like a lot of our favorite moments really were like when Deathsie and I first met was at a dream hack and stuff like that. So I feel like, this vibrant community is sort of the key thing here. And, games, certain sets can suck, from time to time, but I really feel like the community is number one. And that's something that Parallel has like, is doing really, really well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I definitely agree with Allie. Like, even when we started Hearthstone, how we build our audiences was mainly community, just everyone kind of like supporting each other as well. And like the whole Twitch culture is just like raiding and hosting each other and supporting each other, right? And like hang out in each other's stream. And so I definitely see that in Parallel as well, that there's a huge community. And even when I just started back in October, and when I just started tweeting about Parallel, and this is the whole Parallel community like coming in there and like liking my tweets and stuff, and it was, to me, that was a big sign, like a big bullish sign that the community is huge here. So definitely community, yeah.
And then is that something that you guys have felt by comparison is sort of, I guess, crumbling in other TCGs? Or it's just a
Yeah.
marker of a healthy sort of game ecosystem?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. Yeah, with the other, I mean, it's also has to do with the games being old, kinda, and they're not
Mhm.
really innovating anymore. So
Okay.
it feels stale, and the community, as a result, to me, is also kind of dying out. And Parallel just does a lot of things fresh and is not scared to do new things, I feel like.
Yep.
And then I can also go on for hours about the way I was captivated by NFTs, because to me, NFTs just make perfect sense in a TCG. It's the best way to apply it to me. So back in October when I got into it and I was trying to research NFTs, I never bought an NFT before. And I was like, okay, let's buy this card. My first NFT was the Black Market Fixer, the Perfect
Oh,
Loop.
sick.
Nice.
So I went into game and I put it in my deck and I was like, wait, this is so sick. I love shiny stuff. And now I
Yeah.
can play with this and I actually own it. So to me, it just clicked right away and it just made
Yep.
perfect sense.
So
That's
so
awesome.
so if I may jump in on this point as well, I think that like some of the things do need to be somewhat solved in the coming future as well. Like I think that for example, I love that everything is built on Ethereum, but the sort of gas fees and stuff are somewhat restrictive, right? Like every single time I want to like trade NFTs and stuff, it's like I'm always like, wow, that's a lot for the gas fees. So I would love for that to be solved somehow in the future. But that being said, back on Tyler's point about how games are not really innovating anymore, like Magic the Gathering and also a Hearthstone were kind of kings of the hill, right? And they weren't really forced to innovate anymore because they didn't have to. And for me, it's somewhat of a sign of a sort of late stage capitalism, a little bit, where these games, like the cosmetics are like not that cool, whereas Parallel is doing an insane thing with cosmetics. And also in addition to that, it's like, well, all of the cards in either Magic Arena or Hearthstone, it's it's just an endless money sink where like you're buying all these things. Magic Arena, the digital cards are almost as expensive as paper, and all of that money you put into it, you will never see back, right? And it's really depressing. So seeing that somewhat be solved in Parallel, but also just being optional, right? So people don't actually have to buy into the NFT system if they don't want to. So all of that are just really heads up thing at a point in time where like Parallel is like not even really fully out yet.
Yeah, it's pretty special. Yeah. Oh man, you guys said so much there that I wanted to latch onto. There's like the innovator's dilemma that's occurring with all these old games, where there is comfort is the death of any company, but also like these TCGs. And similarly, like Parallel is pushing the paradigms based on what has been established in the past from these card games, and that attracts early adopters and by nature people that have an entrepreneurial spirit and are builders. And so then that also in some ways has this gravitational force for all the people that are in the community right now, making it really special. So like one thing leads to the next, like the dominoes all kind of like I guess are interrelated in some ways.
Yeah, I feel like this, really could be the new shift in paradigm, like you were saying there, because I kind of feel like TCGs, like we're generally known as kind of like the ugly stepsister, or when we're at like BlizzCons and stuff like that. Like Hearthstone was always like put in the basement, and I feel like I feel like it's been a bit of a desert of enthusiasm for them. But with this new wave, like it really plays on the mind of a collector, and the fact that you can actually collect properly now, right? Like with owning your cards, like how, Magic really took the world by storm over the, last 30 years. I feel like we haven't had that in the digital age. And so, as we all have been saying here, this can really reignite the passion for TCGs that I feel like have not been quite as high in a really long time in comparison to other game modes or like other games out there.
Yep. And also one last thing I wanted to add on to Allie's point here is it's just incredible going on OpenSea and being able to see everybody's trade binder all at once. Like that's phenomenal, right? Like everything's public. You can see what everybody has and you can reach out if you want something. And that's something that I think is just an absolute perfect way to utilize NFTs in this new space, especially for a card game like Parallel.
Yeah, it feels kind of like going to Friday Night Magic and like a certain card, like you look behind the glass and like a card pumps and it's like more expensive and you're like, wait, someone's got to be like this. There must be a popular deck with this. So there's like kind of some like market implications that haven't been around since like paper Magic days too.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you guys? I know. I think Snap is going kind of maybe the other direction. I really like playing Snap, but it's it's mobile first. It's pretty simple. And so to your guys' point about Parallel, like, it seems like they're taking kind of the other avenue. Maybe like League of Legends versus Dota is a good comparison, where Parallel has an opportunity to get the crunchy players a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think the weird thing about Marvel Snap is that it still doesn't address that sort of issue where it's like you're spending all this money and you're buying all these digital only cards, but then it's just an endless abyss. All of your cards are somewhat stuck in purgatory, right? And so that doesn't really solve a lot of things, which Parallel is breaking through. And even though the game is not even out, all of those pieces are already set in place and set in motion to solve what these other games cannot do because they're Web 2.
For sure. Yeah. Oh,
I had a question for this guy, the guys, unless you had something, Orphan.
No. I was just gonna filibuster while you were getting your mic set real quick.
No, you're all good. Well, one of the things that we've sort of been talking about internally is the wider world or viewers' reticence and hesitation against NFTs and Web3 in general. So how have the three of you sort of negotiated, I guess, traversing the landscape when it comes to content creation around Web3 for your sort of like traditional audiences?
So that's a tricky one. I actually think Allie has more experience in that because I haven't personally created much content yet for Parallel. Okay. But what I notice whenever I talk to people, even just like normal friends who are not into crypto at all, what I notice is that the most pushback comes from people who already have a bias against NFTs.
Right.
But when I talk to people who know nothing about crypto and I just explain it to them clearly, like, look, you used to play with Pokemon cards, you used to play with Magic cards. Now you have a digital version of it, which is strictly better. You can't lose your card, you can't burn it. And it's the same concept. So what's wrong with it? And they're like, well, yeah, makes sense. So I got a few of my friends to like, so recently they just released the starter decks, right? So I got a few of my friends to like buy them. I was like, go start playing it. Why are you playing Disney Lorcana? Go play Parallel, It just makes more sense to me. And yeah, so for me, it's just, how do we get past this bias? Because I think it's mostly just that, because if you actually think about it with an open, clear mind, it just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm in a little bit of a unique position because I've been telling my community about crypto since like 2017. So I feel like a lot of my community kind of knows that I've been into it for a very long time. They're like, oh yeah, okay, Allie's a crypto person. But in general, I feel like it just comes from like a FUD campaign. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like years ago, there were just a whole bunch of TCG players, talking about how blockchain's, destroying the environment and it's really bad for artists. And, there's just all of these narratives being, pushed on Twitter and stuff like that. And people just jump on the train. And, I think the problem is that there also is a lot of scams, right? And there is a lot of bad stories. And so a lot of people just really do want to jump on that because like also gamers just in general, like, with the corporate greed that the gaming community has experienced over the last 20 years of how this industry is, turning into, like, they're very sensitive. They don't want to be taken advantage of. And I feel like they're really, they're on the lookout for that type of stuff. So, they're very stubborn into, opening their mind to this new idea. but I think it just comes with time, you know, slowly but surely. Like when it clicks, it really, really clicks. And I feel like most people are just sort of on the fence, like Tyler was saying. And, you know, it's just going to be a process. And I really feel like even with my community now with playing Parallel, oh, and that's the other thing. You need quality projects. Like gamers,
100%.
Web3 gamers and the traditional Web2 gamers, like some of the content that gets made around these Web3 games, like they're kind of shitty. No offense. You know, there's a lot of shitty Web3 games out there. And I think that, you know, traditional content creators, they see that and they're like, I'm not playing that shit. You know, so it really takes a title like Parallel to come along and be like, oh wow, this looks really good actually. This is a legitimate game. Like they're making a game first and foremost for players, and you know, then the blockchain stuff and, you know, economy, that can be in the background. I mean, that's how most you know, gamers think.
Yep, and adding on Allie's point as well, so two things I wanted to mention. First of all, you know, Parallel has a lot of expectations that they do need to fill. So, for example, the game has to be good, right? End of the day, like no matter how good the systems are, there's a really, really sort of heavy burden placed on Koji and the team to actually be able to create a card game that is not only good, but is innovative and sort of paving the way for the future of what card games are supposed to be in the near future. And one second thing that I wanted to add on as well is me just seeing the sort of passion that Allie brings to the space every single day when she's you know, streaming Parallel or making Parallel content. I see that fire. I see the motivation of like her being excited to wake up in the morning, be able to make Parallel content. And that's something that's been very, very difficult at this point of time with other titles, especially Web 2 games.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, wow. So Mason also said something in the chat that I thought was really interesting. He said the borrow lens system is going to be so helpful for this particular problem that we're facing right now, and I couldn't agree more. I think once people actually see that, you know, NFT ownership and a lending ecosystem can be afforded via tokens, that will also be like another critical unlock for people to sort of grok exactly what's happening here.
Exactly. They just need like practical application, right? It's not just buying a piece of art or a card because you like it, you want it to go up in value. It's legitimately the utility of being able to create guilds and, you know, let people, you know, borrow decks, and, you know, there's so many options for it. And once, you know, it really starts coming into play here, I don't think it's going to take as long as people think it might for, you know, the vast majority of people to hop on board here.
Yeah,
for sure.
When you said you had started talking about crypto in 2017, Allie, I guess like in some ways that probably creates a natural filter. So like if people weren't vibing with whatever crypto represented at the time, maybe they kind of fell off, or they just, yeah, like naturally, I don't know, like you just got the correct audience. But like, are there other ways that you guys have noticed you've been able to like cut through, whether that's using specific lingo or I don't know, like ways to speak or present the content that you create?
If I may, oh yeah, sorry, Allie. Yeah.
No, you go ahead, Jess. You're good. You're good.
Okay, yeah. So one of the things that I wanted to jump in with is that a lot of it takes a certain amount of language, a certain specific language, and the way that we approach our community. For me, for example, end of the day, I'm not trying to sell anything to my community. It's like I'm very excited about all these things that are happening, but end of the day, it's like I'm not forcing anybody to download Parallel, to try Parallel. End of the day, you know, I'm just promoting, or not even promoting, just talking about the things that I'm excited about. And if people want to buy in, that's great. If not, I hope that they see where I'm coming from, that you know, I'm not trying to get anything out of them. So I think for me, that's been very important. And my community does understand that to a great extent, because they understand the sort of person that I am. So yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but I completely agree with Deathsie because we're very similar in that sense. And yeah, so for me, it's like if I'm gonna stream the game for hours and hours, and I'm gonna try and hit rank 1, so my audience will obviously know that I'm enjoying it. And to me, that's the most important thing, that they're just genuinely enjoying it. And that goes back to the previous point that the game needs to be good, which I think is really good because I've been hooked since October since the first influencer tournament, kind of. And even then, the opinions that what I heard from everyone was enjoying the game. Everyone was enjoying the tournament. Everyone was prepping hard for the tournament and wanted to win it. So that to me was already a really big sign that, well, the game is good. We have the core here. So now we just need to reach the audience. And I think that can just be done organically. It can be done genuinely. If the game is really good and we as influencers show that we're having an enjoyment from playing the game, then I think it will happen naturally.
Yep. And one last thing I wanted to add on. Oh, sorry, I keep on cutting you off, man.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, yeah. So one last thing before I pass it over to Allie again is that you look at these people who mainly Allie reached out to for the Creator Invitational. You look at players like Tice. You look at players like RDU and Bunny Hopper. And these guys are extremely busy. Like they have a huge community that they already have to cater to, and their time is extremely limited, and they're not dumb, right? Like they've been in the space for so long, and even then we see them putting in the time off stream, putting in the time to actually dive into the game to not only explore it, but to have a very good showing for it. So that's a huge sign that the game's actually good and has a lot of potential, because these guys are spending their valuable time on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was really like a huge inflection point for me, was the Creator Invitational, because up until that point, I didn't I've had heard of a few other Hearthstone pros that were playing and enjoying the game, but to really have the Bunny Hoppers and the Tice and the life coaches and whatever take to this game and think it was great as well, like that should be a huge green flag for the game. And that's really where the whole ambassador program, I think, started, is a few people like Tyler and Deathsie and others in that invitational went the extra step and was like, wait, I really want to know more about this ecosystem. Like, I like the game, now I want to know more about the cards and Prime and all that stuff. And I think that finding those creators that are really lit up with the idea, that's where this whole ambassador program has really started. And now you guys can see that names are being announced one by one, and I'm just so excited for the vibrancy of the community to develop.
Yeah, that program is incredible, by the way. So if you guys have had a hand in that in any way, like, hats off to you. That's really, really smart. It's so great to see those voices in the conversation too.
I mean, that's definitely Fitch cooking. Fitch has been cooking, so yeah.
So good. Flowers to Fitch.
I think it just takes, for a lot of the people that are skeptical in the TCG community, I really think it takes key, names that have been card game players for a really long time to stick their neck out. It's just really scary to stick up for crypto in the non-crypto space.
Right.
You get flamed for it. It's quite scary, and you call a scammer and and everything like that. So when you have someone like a world champion of Hearthstone, Bunny Hopper, being like, I like this game enough to put my name on it, then that, I think that will speak volume at in time here.
Yeah, and think about it this way. So we have people like Tyler here. We have people like Tice, RDU, and Bunny Hopper was the previous world champion. All of these people are so monumental for the card game space, and all of these people are coming together to invest time into a project like Parallel. It really speaks volume to the future of what card games to be, and Parallel is going to be paving the way forward in the space.
Yeah, the future is so bright. Like, market aside, I know everyone's really excited about their crypto bags pumping right now, but like, just seeing, this conversation, all the panels that we have, open beta, like everything that's sort of like stacking up, it just feels so positive and almost overwhelming. But yeah, I kind of wanted to flip it a little bit in terms of maybe not things to avoid, but like things that have been working that you've all noticed, whether it's for this TCG or other TCGs. Like, what sort of framing really cuts through the noise to reach to your audiences, and how can other creators be it people in the Parallel community or otherwise, start to latch on and use certain tool sets.
So man, I'm sorry guys. I have so much to say. Oh my god.
No, this is awesome. We love
yeah,
it.
So I'm gonna say something and then pass it over to Tyler and Allie here. I think that one of the important things that Parallel is utilizing at this time in space is that it's not only a card game, right? And there's not only the crypto aspect of it, or not, if you don't want to buy into it. Is that we're building games within the game. So things like the keys, for example, you have Gravity Key, Galaxy Key. You have all of these things like the NFT avatars. And if you have a 40 card NFT deck, all of these things are extra incentives that make the game more than just a card game itself. So I think that's a really clever way of approaching what these other card games are lacking at this point in time, because nobody's doing it.
When you asked the question originally, what tools, what specifically, like, are you talking about, kind of pitching Parallel to the audience, or are you talking about like content creation strategies? Like what do
Yeah.
you mean exactly?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, I think it's more the framing of not just Parallel, but like as you guys go to create content, are there particular strategies or things that you've learned over the year that I guess like help to reach more people?
I mean, I think first and foremost, I'm going to use myself as an example here because I just posted a, I have some news video to my main Hearthstone channel that was like,
Okay.
Essentially talking about Parallel and being an ambassador for it. And I think that people can feel authenticity. So I feel like when you're making content for something and it's something that you really care about, I feel like just be honest, and like, tell that to your audience. If you're doing a mobile game sponsorship because, you want to make some money, that's okay too, but I think it's very obvious that, that's what you're doing in the moment. So when it's a new project like Parallel that you really care about, I think, saying to your community, hey, this means a lot to me, that is going to impact people. And then, specifically on, content creation strategies, like, there are certain things that are going to work better. Hold on, my dog is.
It's all good. It's all good. So building on Allie's point here,
Yeah, go for it.
while she's dealing with that, is that it's one of the negative things I will actually say about Parallel at this point in time is that all of the projects and the innovations that the Parallel team is developing at this point in time is that it's actually been so hard for people like Tyler and I to actually play our main games. Like, oh my god. I've had no motivation to play Magic the Gathering, even though a new set just came out. And I'm like, dude, this is terrible. Tyler's been having an extremely hard time streaming Battlegrounds as well. Like, both of us have been sort of missing in action from this world for the past like month, 2 months, just because we're so excited by what Parallels bring to space and we just can't wait.
I mean, I've been accumulating Prime in game. I'm trying to like maximize my Prime earnings
Let's
every single day.
go.
So. But yeah, no, I completely.
Yeah, I
agree
hate
with-
it. I hate it. It's terrible. Why would Parallel do something like that to us?
Yeah, one thing to add to that, like we were having tournament mode in Prime. Hearthstone couldn't do that in 10 years. Like they still don't have it, and we're getting it.
Oh,
so
that's crazy.
that's just insane. Just stuff like that gives me a lot of hope.
Yeah.
And then yeah, back to Allie's point, the authenticity. Like really, when you're streaming from a content creator's perspective, at least for me, it's easiest when I'm myself, because then it doesn't even feel like work. I'm just here, I'm hanging out with my community, I'm chilling. And I also find that whenever I meet people in real life, like the people I vibe with the most are the people who are actually like the same person they're in real life as they're on stream, because like that's just the real you, and I think viewers really see that. They can really see it when you're actually real. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, you guys are all kind of underscoring authenticity. I think Orphan and I talk about it a lot too, in that like when you look at a lot of, well, especially like the crypto gamers, there's so much shilling that's going on because of all these airdrops and tokens. And the games are like, they're not good. There's a lot of them are not good. So then it like, does that lower the value of your brand as a content creator when you're basically showcasing these games that clearly do not live up to S tier games like Parallel. And
Yeah.
so it's, yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think it depends on what kind of creator you want to be, right? Like if you want to focus on, like if you want to go wide and be the person that is, you know, commenting or like trying out all these different games, that's okay too. If you know that you're like, hey, I'm a Web3 creator and part of my goal is to try out a whole bunch of them so I can like find the best. Like, I think that's okay. You know, but it's just kind of how you word things, you know. And then, you know, you've got another creator like myself where I've usually just been one that like full sends on one, maybe two, right? So I think it's just like knowing your strategy as a creator and then communicating that well to your audience makes a huge difference.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
We had
Yeah,
a really
I'm with Ellie.
good...
I'm with Ellie on that one. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah, I'm with Ellie on that one. I just like I'm the type of person I just like to pick the winner, and it may or may not work out, but as long as it's a high percentage win rate play, like, I'll go all in on the winner. And so right now that's Parallel.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
We
circling
had
back.
a really good question from Agent K here in the
Oh yeah, I saw that. It was a good
chat.
one.
Oh yeah, let's hit
That I
that
definitely
up.
want to touch on. He said, what would you guys recommend for nano-sized creators who are technically competing with Allie for watch hours and subs to establish themselves? I really think that this community, like it's a new frontier. So the opportunity to grow is immense. Like if you go on YouTube and you type in parallel content, like there's really not that much. Like, and when, you know, the team is doing these marketing pushes and they're getting new gamers are going to go to YouTube, they're going to type in parallel, and I really feel like even if your video has 10 views, you absolutely have the opportunity to grow a ton. Like I would say it depends on the platform, and Tyler and Deathsie, you can weigh in here. I do generally think that Twitch is like live streaming is a little bit harder because the discoverability time is only, you know, an 8-hour window. But then it's really important that you take those 8 hours and then you make content out of it on a TikTok or a YouTube or you know, whatever it may be. But I feel like when games pop off, they make creators. You know, existing creators can absolutely ride the wave and get big too. But so many of the Fortnite titans, you know, that I think came out of that time period were actually not already huge. You know, they were consistent and they rode the wave. So I don't think that smaller creators should be discouraged to put their content up, especially on a platform like YouTube, in my opinion.
Yep. So to add on to Allie's point here, it's very important at the moment to be aware of what the potential market pool, like the market share and the pool of players is going to be. So right now, at any point in time, if you go to the parallel directory here on Twitch, you almost can never find anybody streaming. You go on YouTube, there's almost nobody making content outside of Allie at this point in time. So if you want to have a first mover's advantage, this is a perfect time to start building, to start thinking about what sort of content that you can add to the space moving forward. And you don't have to be that worried about not being able to find an audience, especially at this point in time, because there's going to be a lot of players an influx of players in the coming months and in the coming year as the game grows. So it's a perfect time. And there's more than enough to go around. So you look at a game like Hearthstone, and Hearthstone, it doesn't matter if you have players like Dog, Tice, RDU, people with 3,000 to 8,000 concurrent viewers, or like people with Allie, right? People who have like maybe something like 500 to 800 viewers. It's really important to not be worried about that at this point in time because there's more than enough to go around for everybody.
Yeah, so I want to add to that as well. Like, I don't even think you should see us as competition. I think like we all benefit from having bigger streamers play the game and stream the game. And if you're like a smaller content creator and you want to start on Twitch, like you have a huge big first movers advantage, and it's way easier to get the attention of the community and like other big community members. And so I think even if you start now and let's say you have like 5 or 10 viewers, you shouldn't be discouraged by that, because I think like even though you can't really like put a number to that value, but it will have benefits for sure if you move first. So yeah, you shouldn't think of it as having to compete against the big ones. I think you should think more of it as like start building your community now, and you will benefit from it later when Parallel really blows up.
Yep. So to add on the point as well, Tyler, is that to put in perspective, all of us came from a point in time when there were titans in the streaming world, titans who were already making content. So to give specific examples, back in the Hearthstone days, I was streaming to 20 viewers, right? And then at some point, I was streaming to 50 viewers, and I was super excited by that. In the Magic the Gathering world, I started streaming to like 10 viewers, right? So all of these things have to start from somewhere. And at some point, my stream, especially in the Magic world, I think my biggest peak in Magic was I was peaking at 1.4 K viewers, right? And all of those start from a stream that starts with 10, 20 viewers.
How much of that is, because this was, I was actually thinking of this question before we even got to that point, Deathsie, but how much of that is consistency and cadence versus like doing something different than what other content creators are doing?
Yeah, so to add on to the point, in the beginning of Magic the Gathering, what I did was not only offer a very innovative approach to how to play the game. So I came into the space sort of recognizing that in the Magic the Gathering world, in the last decade before I came on, from my perspective, everybody was playing the game wrong. Okay, so like everyone was on these heuristics that that have been normalized over like the 20 years that Magic the Gathering's been out, right? And so what I did was I came into a space recognizing that I had something very special to add. And not only that, I spent a lot of time building things that weren't just playing the game. So I built a tier list system, right? So a tier list system, if you guys want to check it out, you guys can go to deathsie.com. And you can see that like I was basically putting my inner thoughts in my mind of how to rate cards into a visual aspect where other people can use to improve their gameplay, and also to see the inner workings of my logic in my mind. So one important thing to point out on that aspect is that you want to take time outside of simply just spending time streaming, spending time making videos. You want to be thinking about what you can add to the space that also nobody else is doing. So that's going to be an important use of your time investment, to not only just be streaming like the 5 to 8 hours a day, because the things that you can add, the things that you can build outside of just streaming is going to be an amplification effect for everything you can add to your brand and to the space.
Yeah, I totally agree with Deathsie. I feel like, yeah, content creation, it's a process of like self-discovery almost in some sense here. Like, I think you have to know what your strengths are and what you enjoy. Like Tyler, for example, like I personally will never be a 250-hour streamer grinder. Like it's not my strong suit. I can't do 8-10 hours a day live streams 7 days a week. But what I can do is, make really funny card reveals and interesting lore videos. And, like you find what you enjoy and what you can offer to the table, like Deathsie with his tier list. And then you hone in on those things and, know your strengths, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And I think Deathsie summed that up really, really well.
Yeah.
And to add that, sorry, before I pass it back to Tyler here, is that Tyler is that person, right? Tyler in card games, he's known as the grinder. And I've never seen anyone like Tyler. Like, this guy can stream. So like Tyler has like oftentimes 32-hour days, right? And he can stream for like 16, 18 hours, go to sleep, wake up, and do the same thing. And that's sort of his strong suit. So it's really important to find what your strengths are, like Allie mentioned, and to be able to capitalize on that. And bring it back to Tyler here.
Yeah, so I think it just boils down to consistency, right? And consistency in the sense that what viewers are expecting from you. If you're building a brand like me that you stream 400 hours a month, then viewers start expecting that, and you want to meet up to those expectations. And then with Deathsie, it's like being like very different in this type of like content type of play style. And then Allie, like in how she does her guides and everything, like there's a consistency in that. And I think viewers really appreciate it, that they know what they're coming back to. And that helps a lot, I think.
I have to mention, I got booted because I tried to share Deathsie's website in the chat here. That's why I jumped off stage, but I got you in the Twitch. All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So one of the things that we're sort of encountering, and I'm curious, you guys all kind of approach content differently. We obviously we focus very heavily on live streams, but we're getting into more of the sort of like curated YouTube videos and shorts and stuff like that. Is there a strategy where you guys have decided like I want to do live streaming versus more of those shorter videos versus clips? Because I know the algorithm currently is really starting to highlight clips and shorts a lot more. So I'm curious, what are your thoughts on like the modern strategy for best utilizing social media, YouTube, Twitch, etc.?
Okay, sorry. So before addressing that point here, right? I think it's important to understand what point in time and what point in life you are. So, for example, for me, previously I was able to do the 250 hours a month of streaming, right? In addition to everything else that I'm building. But now, at this point in time in my life, like I can no longer do that, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot I can add. A lot of I can add in value to the parallel world that is not only streaming, right? So understanding that, I have to cut back on streaming hours. I want to be doing more commentary for the parallel events, and a lot of that requires preparation. And I'm also working on some other things at this point in time too. You know, Allie and us, we can't really mention much at the moment, but our group, we're building a lot of really, really cool things for the future of parallel. So all of that is just recognizing how much time you can put into something and not putting too much on your plate, not spending too much time on things that aren't proper for your life at this point in time.
That's amazing framing. Thank you for that.
In terms of like, TikTok or, short form content and stuff like that, I mean, you can do hours and hours of research of like how the algorithms are changing, from month to month, from platform to platform. And I do think if you are, want to take content creation seriously, you should be doing that research. But, it does seem to be, fairly consistent across the board that short form content is really important right now. Our attention spans are dwindling, and I think that serves as a really good gateway to your other content. So, if you have a really clippable moment, in parallel in one of your games and you put it on Twitter or something, that's a huge opportunity for, the team to retweet you, other people to interact, and then they can discover your YouTube channel or your stream from that. And so, and I also wanted to say just on this was a point earlier, and I think it's kind of relevant right now, is that when content creators grow, I really, really believe that it's also on the game to help promote them as well. It's like a symbiotic relationship, and that's something that Parallel has been very good about. And, you create the content, like really good, clippable moments, Twitter, whatever, like the team's gonna retweet it. They're gonna support you and help you get discovered as well. So it's like, it's a two-way street. They, the game team and the content creators, they need to work together to creating this vibrant content creation community and ecosystem.
Plus it just feels good,
Yeah. Yeah, right. So one last point I wanted to add there on Allie's point is that I think one of the most important things, once again on the topic of knowing yourself, is to create genuine content. And genuine content, what that means is from your perspective. Because it's really, really hard to be able to make videos consistently, to stream consistently, if your heart is not in it, right? So find what motivates you, capitalize on that, and it'll be easy to put in the hours to stream. It'll be easy to continue making videos. So that's a question that you have to ask for yourself. What does that mean, right? Because, of course, you can make a lot of content, that is beneficial for the streaming world, for the viewers. But if your heart is not in it, if that passion isn't there to get you up in the morning every single day, like I see from Allie, is that it's going to be hard to have longevity in anything you do regarding content or outside.
Yeah,
This
I,
is
I
very
completely.
true. I just want to also say though that to be kind to yourself, even if you really love something, burnout is a real thing. Creators experience it, and it's okay to like, take a step back for a week or something if you're really feeling burned out and just kind of reset and recenter. Like you have to be passionate, absolutely, but you do need to also take care of yourself and don't diminish your passion because you might have an experience of like you have a bad week or something. Like it's okay.
Yeah, and I clearly want to add to that, like, you really have to enjoy it. You have to be honest with yourself. If it, like, I've tried it in the past at moments where I just didn't enjoy the meta or didn't enjoy Hearthstone or whatever, and I still forced to stream it, and it would just be visible that I'd be in a bad mood or just like not really having an enjoyable time, and I think that's even like has negative effects for your brand, and that it's better to even not stream in that case.
Yep.
So that's what I've been doing whenever I feel like I'm totally not enjoying the game. It's better to just take a break instead. Like again, it just comes back to being genuine, and if you're streaming content and you're acting, then that's just a really bad sign. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's important to be aware of burnout because there's a lot of different kinds of burnout. So in my opinion, like all of us have experienced short-term burnout, right? Where like we're pushing ourselves too hard in something where our heart's not in it. And then all of that adds up over time to long-time burnout. And this long-time burnout is something that is embedded within our souls. You know what I mean? And a lot of times it'll take like many months or even years to be able to alleviate that burnout. So that amount of stress that you put on your mental, the sort of stress that you put on your soul is it's all going to add up, and to be aware of this fact is going to be a big part of your success moving forward, no matter what you choose to do.
Yeah, it's honestly it's not worth the cost. I've had like that long-term burnout from a startup in the past, and it is cumulative, and it's like depression, honestly. Like it takes months to get over that. And then at what cost, you know what I mean? So it's good that you guys are calling that out. I think it's really healthy. We're almost at time here, so I just wanted to be respectful of that. Orphan, did you have some like particular questions? I know I've been talking everyone's ear off. I wanted to make sure that you got some questions in too.
Oh, I'm just letting everyone cook, man. Everyone seems to be excited and in their bag, so I'm here for that.
Giga brains.
I think
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
maybe to kind of round it out, I know everyone's excited. I know there's a lot of opportunities coming up for Parallel specifically, and like as the greater Web3 space kind of continues on, there's like always a need for content, and the more people are interested, the more they're going to be digging it. What do you guys have on your forecast for maybe ideas you're excited about or potential avenues that you're looking to make content on in Parallel? Like, what are you guys excited about in the coming months?
Well, for me, I'm still really trying to dive deeper on the lore. Like that's one of the things that captures me so much about Parallel, and so I want to, bring attention to really like the backstories of certain characters, like cards that you play with. Like I personally find that interesting. I hope others will as well. But also a big one I think is just like card reviews, and for when Planetfall, like when we get the function reveals, like I'm gonna absolutely do a top 10 legendaries type of video and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of content I think that it can be made, and it's really exciting.
Yep. So one of the things that I'm really excited for is the sort of community aspect, and not only community with viewers and players, but the community that sort of Allie, Tyler, and I, and a lot of our other friends, we are currently building the framework for that at this point in time within our group silently. And it's going to be very, very fun to have that aspect of, whenever Tyler stream, I'm going to hop on and just play some games with Tyler. And that is something that we haven't seen in card games for a very, very long time. And I think that that was one of the reasons for success of Hearthstone in the early days, and it popping off to to becoming a global phenomenon. It was an insane thing that we haven't seen since. So that's one of the things that I'm really excited about, and all of us are silently building things behind the scenes to be able to capitalize on that when the time comes.
Yeah, so same likewise. I'm just really excited for Planetfall. I really want to play it, and man, I really hope that it's a good set. I hope it's so bad because I just think that's gonna be huge if it's a good set. And I've been thinking about bringing back old Tyler. People usually refer to me as old Tyler as the one that used to be very degen and streamed like 300-400 hours a month. I think my record was like 400. You know, and
That's crazy.
I want to bring back old Tyler, so I've been thinking, like, hear me out, guys. Like, let's say 11-hour streams every day for 111 days straight.
Oh my
Wouldn't that be sick?
God!
That's me magic.
Shit.
Insane.
This man is out of control.
Yeah, it does feel. I'm with
just
you
saying
guys.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, and the thing is that what you have to understand, not only about yourself, but what you can bring to the table, to the world of content creation, is that you have to really know yourself, right? You have to really play to your strengths, and you also have to see what sort of craziness lies and dwells within you as a person. So Tyler is capitalizing on the craziness of himself, that he can be an insane grinder. Allie is so good with lore and her language, being able to add color to the world where you know, if you just look at it, it's somewhat black and white. So she's adding color to a black and white world. And for me, I think that I'm very good at providing the sort of third eye perspective on everything that's going on. So my language there and the sort of thought processes that I bring to the space is my craziness.
And I just want to give a big shout out to Game Cellar. You guys are fantastic. Like you're really, really fostering community in a way that no one else is right now, I really think. And both of you are great hosts. Orphan with his out-of-pocket comments every once in a while, you know, like you guys.
He's been very well behaved for you guys.
This session
well
have been a little bit subdued.
No, you guys are absolutely fantastic, and like definitely recognize how valuable what you guys are doing for the space. And as it continues to grow, you guys will grow. And you know, I really, every time I come on and interact with you guys, I have a great time. So
thanks, Allie.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
That means a lot.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you guys.
appreciate that.
Thank you guys. Are you kidding me? This was awesome.
Yeah, this has been a fun session. I got a shout out real quick too. We set up our Prime donation, and someone just sent us 11 Prime. So thank you so much.
Ayo.
That's
it. Was Geoist.
It was the Geoist. The
he
notification.
Set us up with the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain how that works, actually?
I don't know, dude. It's internet money, and they send it. They send it. We've got a below our Twitch. We got a little banner there, but yeah, Idris. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but yeah, they're letting you take crypto payments through Twitch, which is pretty sick. So
perfect. Yeah, we got to get everyone here set up with that so they can incorporate it in their channels too.
Yeah, especially with Prime pumping, you know.
I am saying.
Yeah. Yeah, guys. I mean, we appreciate the words, Allie, and thank you all for your perspective and your time too. It's just I think the biggest thing that kind of stuck out to me is that underneath everything you guys were saying is consistency, authenticity, and passion. So if this is what you want to do, you got to be a real person and keep at it. And, you know, sometimes you see people burn out quickly because, you know, some of the content creation is waiting for Parallel to blow up and get a big player base and a big fan base, right? And so sometimes it can be a little tough streaming to like 5 people, and but just like working through that, if you enjoy it, then you'll be set up for the long term when things start to pop off. So I think.
Yep. And the last thing I wanted to add here for our session here today is that the team, the inspiration, the sort of vision that the internal team has is extremely amazing. So big shout out to the team because the thing is that their work, their passion, their transparency, and their realness is extremely motivating to see. So they are making our lives a lot easier. So big shout out to the team and everyone at this point in time who's building Parallel stuff is absolutely amazing.
100%,
well said, man.
Yeah, the team's the best. They're by far the most responsive, and they listen, and
supportive.
Big future ahead. So
yeah,
Um,
this has been invaluable. I've learned a lot just talking to you guys for 45 minutes. So
the main thing that I've learned is that we should start up a bathwater stream where we create and harvest bathwater to sell
we're on it
at exponentially increasing prices.
Press, that's what they say.
You know what I will say is that Tyler and I, many years back now, I think 5 years back, Tyler and I did like one of the first hot tub streams on Twitch.
You started it all.
Vegas. Yeah, we were in
go.
Vegas, and Tyler and I did a hot tub stream at the Cosmo in Vegas, and that's really fun. So there's always a lot of crazy ideas,
Mhm.
and it is extremely heartwarming to be able to work with our long-term friends here, Tyler, Allie, and our other group. So a big shout out to them as well, and I'm super excited to show you guys what we can do in the coming months.
Hell yeah!
I can't wait.
I'm here for
Yeah,
it.
nothing to add. I just
guys.
want to say thank you for having me, and yeah, it's been really great. It's really nice to I had so many things on my mind that I wanted to talk about, and there was no one to really talk to about. So it's been cool to get to talk here. So thank you.
Hell yeah!
You got it.
Let's do it again soon.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Well,
right,
let's
thanks,
let's
guys.
wrap it up there, and we got another giveaway for everyone, and of course we've got more stuff coming tomorrow. So, thank you
Yes,
guys again. We're
sir.
gonna shift into the next segment, but appreciate you guys.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
All right. Dude, parallel jacuzzi session confirmed.
Yeah, how do we get everyone into the same hot tub? Physically or digitally is the question,
Yeah.
right? Because we need a 20-person hot tub. Do they make those?
Sounds like we're going to Vegas. All right, so we're gonna do another raffle right now. You want to do that now?
Let's do a raffle now, and then
Oh baby.
then we're gonna probably shift the stream over and get the coaching going in the Discord, right?
Okay. Yep. All right. So this is an easy one because he's a parallel day one. Okay. I just ran it through. I promise you this isn't rigged. Our very own Bran Frost won the next giveaway of 11 Prime. So Bran, if you're still here, man, I don't know what time zone he's in.
Wow, I
If
don't
you're
know.
Still here? Please comment.
Someone ping Bran so he comes.
Quick, ping Bran.
Oh, there he is.
Let's
Bran
go,
made
Bran.
it.
Congrats.
Wow, that was forecasted yesterday. Some Nostradamus stuff, huh?
We said don't even bother competing because Bran by default is going to win, and here you have it.
He didn't win the Prime key, but he did win some Prime, so that's halfway there.
It checks out. Dude, that was an awesome conversation. I feel enlightened.
Yeah, it really was, and I mean, it's tough because things aren't big yet, but the people who are here creating, doing good work, when things do get big, it's all going to blow up. And so hopefully that was some inspiration for both us and everyone watching. Like, start making shit, keep at it, especially with the Prime, it's starting to pay off with Prime going up and open beta coming out. Like, there's good shit happening everywhere. So
Yeah. Plus, with the ambassador program, you should definitely sign up for that. I should probably pull that up. Honestly, I had meant to, and then I got distracted with all the things. But if you're not already in the ambassador program, you should sign up for it. And I'm pretty sure that they have information about this within the Parallel server. Let's see if I can find it really quickly.
it's somewhere, I'm sure.
It's somewhere.
If you wanted it
guys.
enough, you'll go find it.
I found it actually.
Hey, another Idris 6.9 6.9
Yeah,
primes.
let's go.
Let's go.
We're about to be in the best timeline.
I love it. Inject that into our veins.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. And thanks for helping us set that up too.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, so ambassador program. Here we go. I got the link. I'm posting it in the Discord, in the Twitch. If you have not applied to it, definitely do that. And then the other thing, I think, we're by no means like bigwigs here when it comes to content creation, but like initiative is everything. That's kind of my takeaway, or what it's been for the last 3 years of making content with you is no one's going to give you the permission to do the thing. You just have to go out and do it. And if you have novel ideas, if you have interesting ideas, and also I think we find a lot of value in building things with our fellow community members. Go and do the thing. Like, who's stopping you? And if you don't, then I mean, it's yours to lose.
Yeah. Stop being fucking idiots, guys.
Just do it.
Go ahead and do stuff, you know?
Do it, Shia gif.
Yeah, just do it.
Just do it.
I don't have that on my soundboard. I've got Pocket Sand. Or I've got Tim Allen grunt.
Let's go get it. Mutzi is saying that maybe the ambassador program is closed. I don't know, actually. I didn't check that out. I don't think it's closed, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think whether it's closed or not, I know for sure that as Parallel scales, they're planning to make it bigger. They're planning to bring more people in. And not only is that people from outside the community, but people from inside. So if you're around and you're cooking, you will be seen. I guarantee it.
That's it, man. That's it. So we have 2 minutes before the coaching session starts. So what we're doing for that, this is probably not going to help you guys on YouTube, X, or Twitch because we're shutting down the stream. This is basically one-on-one live coaching. So if you are available and you're online, hop on over to the Parallel Discord. You're going to be joined by Muka and Cobra of Exile and then Mr. Kavak of Devmons. And you need to find the voice text chat. They're actually going to be having, oh no, I'm sorry. There actually is an open beta symposium. I think there's one of the voice channels. Find the voice channel that has everyone in it. And then it's a free for all. Like if you have questions, if you want to show off gameplay, just get inside the heads of the masters. That's what you do. And you got to jump into the Parallel Discord to do that. That's it, man.
You got it. As for us, we're going to be shifting things over to the Discord, so the stream will be ending here soon. Before we completely log off, let's go over tomorrow a little bit. Let's see what we got on the schedule.
Yeah, let's do that. I was hoping we'd pull that up.
There we go.
Also, while we have you, first of all, thank you for hanging out with us all day. This has been amazing. We have had a great turnout. If you don't already subscribe to us, we would absolutely love a follow, a sub, mash those buttons on X, Twitch, and YouTube. We're going to be making more content too. And we also have Money Talks on Tuesdays with Money Plane, and he's featuring a lot of new games within Web3, and he's been bringing the game developers on the stream with him. And kudos to him, man. Like, that's been such a fun thing. I know we rag him all the time, but that's been
the Game Rat, you mean?
The Game Rat. Yeah, everyone's favorite, Game Rat. Yeah, but he's been doing an absolutely fantastic job, and he's been making a lot of content. So love to Money for that. And then your very own, your boy, Austin White, Mustachio #2 behind Manos. He has been on stream consistently for several weeks now on Mondays and Fridays at 3 p.m. Eastern, grinding Parallel Ladder with his own show, Primetime. And I think he just had his 10th episode. So, you know, he's been absolutely killing it, man.
Yeah. And I'll say this, and please do not clip this or take this out of context, but
here we go.
White power.
Whoa, man.
Austin White power.
Yeah,
Austin.
Good save, dude. Good save. Good Lord. That's the one that's going to end us forever.
If it does, then it was meant to be. They can't cancel us, dude. We were talking about Austin White, the Parallel grinder.
Why do you have such a questionable last name, Austin? We can't use it in anything.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Muka just turned in.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Muka.
Oh, hey, Muka. We're just talking Parallel.
Just normal stuff here, man. Just normal stuff. Sunday schedule. Sunday.
Ooh. Monster trucks all day.
Yeah, just back-to-back monster trucks. We are starting tomorrow with live coaching. So it's the inverse of today. Not to be confused with inverse later in the day for the bonds discussion, but we're starting live coaching with the Tilt Gang, Agent K, Vinci, Skateboards, and Penzokin. They are all going to be your noob live coaching teachers because they have a full system that they've been working on for Tilt and providing one-on-one guidance for this program that they've been rolling out for Parallel. So who better to do it? If you are brand new to Parallel, you need to show up tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. They got your back.
Hell yeah. And we probably won't be streaming that part, so that will be straight up in the Discord. And then we will be starting our live stream on Twitch, YouTube, you know, all the channels with the community tools panel. We got parallel decks, priming, Paralink, prime polls, and the prime playbook. That's crazy.
Got a lot, man.
That's like that's like all the tools.
It's all the tools.
And us, the biggest tools in the parallel community.
Exactly.
Pete Davidson will not be there, but
yeah,
we send him well wishes.
So yeah, we'll have a community tools that I'm hosting. But yeah, I cut you off. I think you're going to go into the next one.
It's all good. Yeah, after that, we got parallel bonds. So we're talking with Exile, Inverse Guild, PDAO, and Blackhand and Midnighters. So that's also all of the bonds. So if you want team players, tomorrow's your day. And then we're back into it with the live play. So we'll be rounding it out with more games, more playing, just to celebrate the open beta, man. We barely even talked about open beta, but it's all within the vibe, I guess.
It's all within the vibe. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know about this yet, let's get the link. That's the most important thing, actually, considering parallel.life. I think it's /play. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong? I'm pretty sure it's /play. Yep. Play open beta for free. Download for Windows. So if you are here and you're watching, it's pretty simple. It's open, man. You can play immediately. You do not need a code. You don't need anything special. You just go to parallel.life /download. You're going to download the game client. You're going to be in. They already talked about, I think, Steam and Epic. Did they say Epic? Kalos had said another one of those.
Cold Plunge gifted a sub.
What did he do?
I'm sorry.
What a guy.
Just a sub.
Dude. What a guy. He's already done enough today. Okay. Cold wanted to stack up one more.
Thank you, Cold.
Good guy point. Thank you, Cold. And he gave away the 33 prime too. So what an absolute angel.
Oh, maybe it's a lot of subs. I don't know. It for some reason it's given me individual notifications.
Oh, that's weird.
Thank you, Cold Plunge, no matter what it is.
And yeah, so that rounds us up for today. I can already see in the general playtest chat, Cobra, Muka, Kavak, they're all in there. And they're probably waiting for you.
Yeah,
so if you need some coaching help, hop on over there. I got to take a bathroom break.
Yeah, I got to
piss.
piss.
I'll probably hop on over there too.
Badly.
Me too, man. I'm going to mess my pants.
Yeah. So head on over there. We will catch you guys later. See you tomorrow for more panels, more action. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for everything. See you tomorrow.
Thanks for being here.
Peace.
See you.
You can't keep getting away with it!